The following is a presentation of The Day.
From the always sunny Griswold High School, the ECC Championship Week begins with ECC Girls Soccer, the Division II Championship game between the number 2 seed Montville Wolves and the number 1 seed Killingy Turtelot. All the action live on Game Day. Game Day is brought to you by General Dynamics Electric Boat. Join the team building the future of undersea defense. General Dynamics Electric Boat is hiring, offering great careers in engineering, design, welding, and other skilled trades. Explore opportunities, training, and benefits when you apply at ebcareers.com. And for shipbuilding careers across the country, visit buildsubmarines.com. General Dynamics Electric Boat, where your future sets sail. Casey O'Neill along with Colin Delaney. It's that time of year, championship week in the ECC. And Coach, we've got ourselves a chalk matchup, 1v2, the Division III champions versus the Division II champions. And as always, bright sunshine here to start the championship week at Griswold High School.
Yeah, the early matchup, Casey, always fun in the sun. And certainly this is the matchup I think a lot of us were looking forward to. Number 1 versus number 2. Two teams, not very familiar with yourself this year, haven't played each other this year, but, in terms of their stats, 9-5-2 for Montville, 10-4-2 for Killingy. Should be a great matchup today.
Not one senior starting for the Killingy Turtelot team, which I will be referring to as Killingy for the remainder of this game. And they have the opening tip or boot or foot touch, I suppose, and will operate there. They are in the dark maroon uniforms, Montville in the white. So going left to right, Killingy on your screen. And we know that they are young, but they are a very talented group made up of mostly sophomores and juniors. Montville, an interesting mix. A lot of freshmen in the starting lineup as well, but also a senior-laden team. And as it always starts, it starts with the keeper and an offside. So the keeper's in this one for Montville, senior captain Sienna Gressley, and for Killingy, junior Samantha Podgorny. And I always signal out the keepers to begin with because it feels like inevitably over the past few years, that hot keeper, that one that makes that big save in that important spot, these games always come down to a goal. And the keepers always end up becoming, obviously, the spotlight player as we go through the game.
Yeah, Sienna Gressley is not just a goalkeeper. She's someone that coach and the team looks at as kind of like that 11th player in the field. They can play back to her. She's great with the ball at her foot. Certainly a seasoned player, as a goalkeeper, but also as a field player.
You see her there. And back into the midfield it goes. Purcell loses it, and coming in the other direction, the Wolves. Hockdorfer touches out wide to Tufaris. Tufaris tries to take it back to the inside off the left foot, heads towards goal, puts a shot in front, rebound out in front, and cleared away briefly by Killingy.
Yeah, nice job by Killingy there, in terms of, or by Montville there in terms of trying to attack that end line, bring the ball across the box. I know that's one of their go-to moves. Can we attack the end line, bring the ball across, and put everyone in that area.
An attempted cross goes out, and it'll be a goal kick for Killingy.
Interesting about Montville, you mentioned seniors and so on. So they lost 7 starting seniors from last year's team, and for them to kind of reload and come to this season is quite an accomplishment with losing those 7 seniors, and then, at one point, 16 on the roster. At one point, Coach had mentioned the roster dropped to 10 players in the season between injuries and some adversity. So to make it to this final game in the ECC tournament is quite an accomplishment for the Wolves.
Yeah, I think they're very happy being here, but once you're here, you want to win, and I think they feel they can. They have a core group led by a big-time freshman goal scorer in Harper Hedrick, but they got 4 different players scoring the goals in their semifinal win. Gressley is going to be put to the test right here. Early shot sails just wide. Good run-on defense from Bella Estelle. She didn't let her get a good look.
I think we're going to see a lot of back and forth. I think this could turn into a bit of a track meet today because I think both teams have some prolific scoring opportunities on both sides of the ball. You mentioned Harper Hedrick really coming to her own this year, 24 goals in the season, which is incredible for a freshman. Some big goal-scoring outputs in certain games. Certainly she would be someone that will look towards great things, not just in this game, but in the years to come.
So it was a freshman that time, Malarkey, who tried to get to goal for Killingy. So you're going to see prominent freshmen on both sides here, which is, I think, sort of typical of the transitional nature of the sport. Teams have to turn over. As we look ahead, to our Division I game, that's something that you're going to see there as well. Bacon Academy in particular, when you think of the amount of talent they lost and where they are again. So it's a real credit to a team like Montville for, like you said, replacing the number of seniors that they had to replace and then staying competitive with really an entirely new group. There's a handful of seniors that had meaningful time, but when you incorporate 4 and 5 new players into your starting lineup, that's a substantial transition. And Killingy doesn't start a senior. So, you really have two teams that have obviously brought in a number of new players into their starting lineup. So I love when you get that kind of, like you said, they haven't played each other yet, so they're feeling each other out right now. And I expect that this thing will be competitive all the way through.
Yeah, I expect both coaches probably have seen each other play. I'm sure there's been some scouting going on and things of that nature. But, yeah, to play in the field is a little bit different than scouting it on film. But as you mentioned, to be a young team like Killingy to make it to a final is a great accomplishment. Yes, they want to win. Montville losing 7 seniors, replacing 7 senior starters. Not just seniors, 7 senior starters.
That's remarkable.
That's huge. You're replacing, more than 2/3 of your roster as starters. And so I think it sounds like they're both, kind of playing good soccer at the right time, because here they are in the, ECC final.
Rory Clark will have the throw for Montville. When I think of really good soccer teams and good soccer programs, part of the way that these teams stay competitive year in and year out, and this is something you can speak to because you did that, when you become a program, maybe 1, 2, 3, starters each year. You transition in a new group. You try to make it the players that had, you're hoping that you had players get run throughout the year. Malarkey in for Killingy, well defended out there by Hockdorfer, and an easy save for Gressley. So you try to, 2 or 3 starters go, 2 or 3 new people replace them, and you transition year in and year out. You're looking for who are the players that I can get time this year in anticipation of next year. 7 starters is not something you draw up. It's not, you can't replace it easily, and it becomes a very challenging, nice through ball there from Tufaris, but no one running on, so nice cleanup here for Podgorny, and Killingy will come out. You can't program that, so just the cohesiveness that soccer relies on, that moving as one, which you need to do, which takes time. 7 new starters, that's remarkable to me.
It's feeder programs, Case. It's getting involved at the youth level. It's hosting youth clinics. It's, having youth nights. It's developing a culture amongst the high school level, but also amongst your youth, your youth teams. You want these kids to come forward and play for you and develop those ideas. So part of that is the culture, but then once again, once they're on board, to your point, how much time can you get some of those younger players in early on to develop them over the course of future years? And you'll see that some of the bigger programs. With Montville, as Coach Perry had mentioned, they were down to like 10 to 16 players on the roster this year, so that's even more difficult. So going into next year, that'll be interesting to see how they respond after a game like today.
Montville has dominated the possession time thus far. The only real runs for Killingy have come off the freshman Malarkey. Montville has spent a lot of time. They've been kind of pecking away at that defense for Killingy.
Yeah, Malarkey's got pace, so I think they're going to look to try to find her into open space. You've seen it already 2 times on balls over the top and balls through, in and behind Montville's back line for her to run onto. But I think with the senior leadership of Sienna Gressley, coupled with, the kind of shape that Montville has in the back with that flat 4, is going to be hard for one player to kind of crack through. And the other side of the coin, Montville does play more as a team, but you got to watch out for the pace of someone like Harper Hedrick.
There's a offsides as Morarty tried to, and that like you said, it's apparent right now what Killingly's trying to do, right? They're trying to get that transition, get that one player, sneak through, get a ball ahead of the defense, and time it right, because the 2 times they've had those runs, they've had the offsides calls. Montville, on the other hand, has seemed a little bit more comfortable working the ball in and out. Always dangerous, by the way, in modern soccer when you have your keeper taking a kick that far up, because we have seen more than ever before. We joked, Peter Wappy and I joked, that it was only a year or 2 ago where like a 40 to 50-yard free kick would have been number 1 in the grade 8, and now we can have a weekly grade 8 on 40 and 50-yard free kicks. It's just remarkable how good people have become, and that catching the keeper up with a 60-yard free kick is not unusual, or not a free kick, but a transitional ball, catching that keeper sliding up. It's the power, the legs that some of these young women possess to launch balls in ways we hadn't seen before. We're watching the game kind of develop in front of us.
Well, you say it's dangerous. It goes both ways, right? So it's dangerous from the standpoint of a keeper coming off, his or her line to take that free kick, and then for a counterattack to put them out of the goal and potentially in goal scoring opportunities. But it's also dangerous if you get a keeper who can move forward and take those free kicks. It allows those other 10 players to be involved in the attack. So it kind of goes both ways.
Montville controlling the time, and this will have a corner. They'll send Hockdorfer to take the corner. Hockdorfer will take it. She's right-footed, so this is going to probably be an in-swinger.
In-swinger case. I love how you're improving your soccer vernacular. Yes, this would be an in-swinger on a right foot opposed to a right foot from the other side, which would be a
out-swinger.
You got it.
I have been studying. Low ball in front, cleared out by Killingy. Ground ball didn't have a chance to get through. There wasn't enough time for that player from Montville to get there. Maybe they were looking for that ball to bounce a little bit. I've always found that it's funny how a round bouncing ball can go in all those funky directions. Again, trying to test Malarkey. But Hockdorfer has been very steady back there, as has Estelle.
Yeah, you'll notice Montville is purposely holding that high line. They know that there's some speed on the attack of Killingy, so by holding that high line, if you see, right, that 50-yard line, it allows those balls to go through occasionally, but then it becomes a foot race for 50 yards, and they feel pretty confident that the likes of like Abby Danowitz or, a Peyton Cook or, even Sienna in the back or Bella Estella, those players she feels confident in that they're going to potentially run down any attack through the middle if it does get through that back line.
I found it very interesting in Montville's 4-2 win over Plainfield in the semifinals, 4 different goal scorers. So that to me says that they have the ability to distribute and makes them, to me, a more dangerous team. If I'm looking for the upset, and obviously, 2 seed as Division II champions, I don't know that this is an upset, but from a seeding perspective, if you're looking for a way to beat a team distribution like that with 4 different people scoring is, obviously I think optimal. We've seen some amazing individual players this year with unbelievable goal scoring totals. I loved seeing 4 different players in the goal scoring.
Yeah, no, certainly. You talk about that, and you mentioned the goal scoring. Harper as a freshman having 24 goals scored on the year is solid. If she were to keep this up, she would be on pace for, I'm not a big math guy, but I'm pretty sure 100 goals is roughly what she's on pace for over the course of 4 years. So that's quite an accomplishment. So, yeah, it's interesting to see, and we'll see in the latter part of the evening, there's a 28-goal scorer from Bacon and 18 goals and 15 goals. So a lot of big goal-scoring players in these 2 games today.
Free kick coming here for Montville. First real scoring chance we see. This kick's going to come from Abby Danowitz, about 25 yards out. She goes in front where a deflection is likely. It is there. Ball ricocheting back and forth, and finally Podgorny falls on it. That's the danger right there. The ball going in one direction and then bouncing another. I think a break there for Killingy is that one. No one really got a strong enough touch on it to really get it on, Podgorny.
Yeah, I think one of the things that we've seen twice now from Montville is the corner kick was driven low, the free kick driven low, and I'm not sure if both balls were supposed to go that route, but I think there's a lot to be said for those low balls because, once again, the high balls are easier to win, right? That comes 50-50, easy to win a ball in the air as a defender with your head, but when it comes to those low balls, a lot of deflections occur, ball bounces out, it might land at the foot of a unsuspecting attacking player, and next you know it's in the back of the net.
I think as a keeper, too, the low ball is always tricky. As this one gets in front, off the line comes Gressley to clean it up. The low ball is always tricky because of momentum, right? You're heading in one direction, and then it hits the foot going back in the other direction. I always find the low balls as a broadcaster to be tricky because you never know which foot it's going to end up on. So it makes sense as a strategic play to try to create a little chaos on the low ball.
Yeah, as a coach, I've always liked to mix in like a low-driven ball from a corner, right? Because, you can have players serve as dummies and just kind of markers, and they might move out of the way, let it go through their legs, might deflect it off their head, and that creates opportunities for guys, in and behind them. So, I like trying to mix up those things and also keep the defense on their toes.
Throw in from Clark. Clark will let it go out of bounds, and this time Killingy will have it. We'll see our first sub coming into the game for the Trailblazers.
And on the opposite side, I'm not sure if we'll see too many subs on the Montville side. Low roster, not a lot of players on this roster to begin with. Coach had mentioned that they don't do a lot of subbings. Most players typically play the full 80 minutes with minimal subs.
Iron Man soccer, Iron person soccer in this case. Hassett checks into the game for Killingy.
And then with that being said, if this game were to go to a draw, right, now it's going to become a situation where, fitness becomes part of it as well, especially on the Montville side if they're a little bit lower on the roster side of things. But a lot of soccer to play.
Cleared out. Now put back in the middle. There's Malarkey. Malarkey spins, gets a left foot on it, but not enough. Gressley on the line, stays where she needs to be. Nice control from Hedrick. And now Killingy will operate a little transition outside, down the right, in front. Shot, and a goal! Morardi, Kesley Morardi, the freshman, over the top of Gressley, and Killingy on top 1-0.
Yeah, brought that ball down the strong side, left side for Killingy. Nice lateral ball across the middle to an oncoming run from that freshman. Gets the foot race underway, causes Gressley to leave her line, and buries that ball in the back of the net.
Gressley found herself in that no-man position where you have to come off your line, but you can't get there, so you're kind of frozen, and anything that gets up over your head is going to be almost impossible. And to Morardi's credit, perfectly placed ball, really no chance for Gressley.
Yeah, and Gressley made the right choice. She's got to come out and cut off the angle. The more she stays back in that goal, the more goals she gives up to the attacker. She's got to come out, but once again, because the attacker got by so early, 30-yard line or so, 25-yard line, she's got to come out, and then she comes in that no person's land, so to speak, and then once again, it becomes down to how well does that attacker place the ball. Again,
as a keeper, a lot of times the decisions you make really, it's that immediate decision, and as soon as you make it, there's no turning back. So whether you fail or succeed, you have to do both without hesitation. And ultimately, this will be interesting to see, does this keep Gressley on her line moving forward? Does that decision, change how she approaches things? Hochdorfer plays it back, low ball in the middle. Clearly, Montville likes attacking that along the turf. We haven't seen them go high on anything thus far.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that was purposeful or not, because I think that was trying to be a lifted ball. But yeah, we have seen probably 3 of the last 4 balls into dangerous areas have been driven low. to your point earlier, in terms of how will Siena approach this going forward, I think it's more how will the back line approach it. They're holding that super high line. They need to be more aware of those speedy freshmen, because they're going to find ways to find those holes in the back line. And so it's less about Siena. I think it's more about how we kind of just being mindful of 16 and Malarkey as they move forward. Because, you see 6 and 16 kind of find the pockets between the center backs and the outside backs.
Offsides there against Malarkey on the far side, and Gressley will come out, take this one for Montville, see if Montville can. Montville has had the better developing scoring chances. That one really good scoring chance by Killingy resulted in a goal.
And that's correct, but as you don't get points for possession, you get points for balls in the back of the onion bag. So it's really important that we, be mindful that Montville's going to find their opportunities. The more possession you do, the more you break them down. I think the opportunities will come from Montville. I do like the way that Coach Perry has these kids kind of attacking the end lines, whipping them across the box. It causes the defenders for Killingy to turn towards their own box, which creates almost additional attackers. So, I don't think this game, Mark, I could be wrong, is going to end in a 1-0, decision here. But let's see how Montville responds being down a goal, and certainly they don't seem to be holding back, right back into that possession.
As the sun is now behind the clouds, which, thank you, Mother Nature, because the visibility here becomes much better once that sun is gone. It will
not
be
unlike Ledyard.
That's right. Back-to-back days with you are always, my soccer acumen will go up dramatically. We've got really good finals across both the boys and the girls. Obviously here, Bacon Academy Stonington should be such a great girls Division I final, and both boys tomorrow get a chance to see a good young St. Bernard Killingy matchup, and then everybody I know excited to see Kenny Slime and the boys side finish with that unbelievable season of dominance. They'll take on Ledyard. So lots to like here. Killingy with attempting to do the double dip, the double Division II soccer championship.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, really 4 good finals, over the course of these 2 days, which we always do. I'm looking forward to all these games, and love collaborating with you. Is always kind of the highlight of my fall season.
Hockdorfer. Good chance here. Left foot, turn. Probably should have let that one go. I would have said that probably should have tried to get one put on frame there, but nice step. Up ahead, looking for Malarkey. Good defense from Estelle. Back to Gressley, and Gressley will play it. They'll try to transition Montville through the midfield. Nice touch.
Oh, 1 touch away from getting that ball through, and she would have been in.
Other direction, Gressley will come out and use her feet.
AR on this side's going to get his money's worth today, because Killingy is definitely putting a lot of through balls and balls to the top. He's going to be watching the offsides very carefully, because both of those Killingy attackers are really cutting it close every time for those offsides situations. So Montville's high line coupled with the speed is really going to be a test.
So we were talking a little bit before we went on air, and you added something to your already pretty remarkable soccer resume. You have become an official as well. Talk a little bit about what your officiating experience was like this year, as we have another offsides.
Yeah, I just, I want to stay connected with the game. Aside from our time, each fall doing these games together, which I love, it's hard for me to coach with my day job, and I want to make sure I also can watch my daughter play. She plays for East Lyme, and so with those all being said, I want to stay connected. So I added a little more to the plate, and I've been doing some officiating on the Eastern board this year, and probably about 30 games under my belt for this season, which has been fun. I've done some officiating at the USSF level, but want to do some of the high school stuff, which I think also lends itself to bring some more knowledge to our broadcast, because I've seen pretty much every team this season that are in the finals.
So that leads me, perfect segue, as if we had planned it, which we have not. what did you learn about this, whether it's ECC soccer, whether it's you as an official, from that viewpoint versus the higher level of officiating that you may have done before? What did you learn about you, the official, or what did you learn about ECC soccer this year doing that, 30 games?
Yeah, I think you gain an appreciation for what the referees bring to the table. I mean, ultimately they want to get the calls right, but they want to be out there and give back to the game and do the best job they can so that these men and women can really, enjoy it. I mean, officials, heard about across the country, there's a lack of officials across the country for various reasons, so especially post-COVID. So I just wanted to give back a little bit. So I gained that appreciation. You see the game from a different perspective, of course, from a referee's perspective and a rules perspective, which we do as coaches, but you see the game from a different level, and even while I watch this, I'm watching officials and I'm watching different things, and you're more cognizant of the full field and the rules than maybe you are as a player when you're kind of more, laser focused on the ball and things like that. So definitely an appreciation, definitely a different lens that you see it through as an official.
Would Coach Delaney have liked official Delaney?
So Coach Delaney circa 2000 or Coach Delaney circa 2020?
Yeah, circa 2000, the answer is no.
Right.
And that's official. Then it comes the question, would official Delaney have given Coach Delaney a stern talking to?
I think at minimum, yeah. I think Coach Delaney might have received a few cards from Coach Delaney, the official, in 2025. But no, I think you grow to appreciate that too. It's a hard job as a coach, a hard job as an official. And I just think, as we get older, we mature and we appreciate things more in life. Family, friends, things like this, So I just grow to appreciate the game and just being a part of it at a different level, and it just keeps me connected, which I love.
Montville continuing to live very dangerously. Gressley has done a beautiful job in the back directing traffic, but this is where they've been living dangerously. Just a very strong freshman duo between Malarkey and Morardi. You can see the speed of these two freshmen, and it's definitely troublesome for the back line of Montville. We'll see a corner kick coming on the far side from Malarkey, but you can see that Montville line sort of living dangerously. These two freshmen are like the Velociraptors probing the gate, the net, the fence line. They're just kind of testing it out. Going to play it back out to Malarkey, and a nice job on the defensive side of things by Montville. That was Kylie Fry. Check that, not Malarkey. Fry.
That was a bunch of malarkey. Dun. So you're going to see really a lot, Casey, two different styles here. So you're watching Killingy attack, and typically attacking with 2, maybe 3 or 4 once they get deep into the end. But Montville, they're going to get 4, 5, 6 numbers into the box. And really Killingy relying on that kind of quick counterattack and speed, where Montville's kind of, death by 1,000 paper cuts, right? How much possession can we get? 1-touch, 2-touch soccer, getting numbers forward, getting people involved, plus that high line of the back 4. So just very two different styles of attack, and certainly Killingy got the first, goal on the board. But I wouldn't be surprised if you see Montville continue with this to try to find a way. They've had good opportunities in the box, just haven't found that first, really hard shot in the frame yet.
Subs into the game for Killingy. And throw on the far side for the Trailblazers.
What's interesting about the style, too, is you look at their numbers. They're pretty similar numbers despite their style, breakaway, counterattack, speed for Killingy, but, sitting at 48 goals for, 26 goals against with a, plus 22 goal differential and about 1.4 goals against. Montville on the flip side, pretty similar. 45 goals for, 28 against, a plus 17 goal differential and about 1.5 goals against. So very, very similar numbers despite the different kind of attack. And I think that lends itself to the fact of Killingy being a little bit younger and Montville being a little bit more experienced.
Hockdorfer plays it out, and good defense from Killingly's Hassett, and then sailing it wide, the Wolves. So goal kick for Killingy. That was Hedrick that sent it just wide. Back through the middle now. Killingy. Purcell with the left foot. Trying to work the far sideline. And they'll play it back to the Wolves to Gressley. Trying to catch Killingy in transition going the other direction. Montville now. Trying to create some space. Well defended by Perry. And onto the goal, but Podgorny's there for the save.
Yeah, Montville's had probably more balls on the frame, but not quality shots just yet, where Killingy's had probably more opportunities that were dangerous, and then that one high-quality shot which led to a goal.
Nice work by Pekarovich West, playing it back for Killingy. Now they're going to try to go out to Malarkey, but out there in defense is Estelle. I'd like in the future if Montville could make their numbers smaller. That would be really helpful. The 4-inch, the 4-inch letters are really very exciting. Can we get some 8-inch letters on the backs next year, maybe?
And for some reason, the trend has been let's put them higher. So then, therefore,
Their
the
ponytails,
ponytail covers the ball. I love seeing the numbers between the ponytails. East Lyme, not to, give them a shout out here, but East Lyme numbers are very, very high up in the uniform. It's made difficult to figure out who the heck is out there sometimes.
That's a lot of fun. Danowitz curls it in front. That ball is loose. Still in play. And Killingy touches it out, so it'll be a Montville throw.
A little bit more dangerous there as that ball, looped in over the top. Montville's done a nice job of kind of, mixing up their attack on the ground, in the air, long balls, short balls, keeping Killingy on their toes.
Another throw for the Wolves. Estelle gets it back, plays it across the field to Hockdorfer. Far side, Hassett with a throw for the Trailblazers. And she'll give it up to her teammate. And Killingy will have a throw on the far side. Looks like it'll be Canetti taking the throw. And that's off of a wolf. So it'll be another Killingy throw. As we are down under 10 minutes here in half number 1, 1-0 Killingy on a Kesley Morardi goal in the first half.
Kind of what we expected. We expected to be a close game. Two pretty stingy defenses averaging just over, a goal per game, both squads. They didn't get here by accident, 2 top seeds in the tournament, so we kind of knew this would be a competitive game. But for the most part, pretty box-to-box, except for, some breakaways from Killingy and some possession inside the box from Montville.
That's a long way for Tafaris to run for Montville. And she gets a break as Killingy. Now, I'm going to give Tafaris credit there by making that long run and going at it hard. She forced an error from Killingy as the defender now felt her presence and just turned and ended up kicking it out of bounds. Had she not made that strong run, the defender would have felt comfortable probably settling, turning, and, surveying. So that's a nice example of what the hustle can do for you.
Yeah, there's a dad joke in there somewhere, not too far for Tafaris.
That's right, there is a dad joke in there. Good choice made there by Danowitz. She was going to play it back to Gressley, but anticipated that Killingy said, I know that you're going to do that. And then Danowitz said, well, I know that you know that I'm going to do that. And so far and so forth.
Danowitz has an extremely high athletic IQ. When I say athletic IQ, she's probably, pound for pound, one of the better athletes on this team across the board. Incredible softball player, basketball player, soccer player. Just, she'll pick up a ping pong paddle. She'll probably be varsity.
Yeah,
so.
Shout out to her mother for the exceptional DNA that was given to her.
So certainly, she's someone they rely on that back. She kind of holds that high line and communicates to her other 3. But certainly, a great athlete. Takes those set pieces in the attacking end. So just an all-around good athlete.
She really is. And we've got some fairly prominent daughters in soccer in this game. You alluded to Delaney on the East Lyme team. We've got later tonight, we'll see Coach Wozencroft's daughter at Stonington here. We've got Danowitz. You've got the Tiven sisters. There's a lot of very talented daughters of the Elliots, of prominent, whether it's coaches, athletic directors, officials, a lot of prominent daughters, and an exceptionally good start to this one. Here comes Morardi. Second chance. She's already got one. Gressley's back, and Morardi sails it just wide. Now, there's the answer. We said, what would Gressley do? She retreated, tried to get to a good angle spot, which I think she did, and that allowed Morardi a chance, but took away that really good angle and gives Montville the goal kick.
Line work for keepers, Casey, as you know, in your goalkeeping acumen, is one of the more difficult things for goalkeepers to learn. Shot stopping you can learn, goal kicks, distribution, but learning where your defense is, when to come on your line, when to hold the line is super difficult.
Get there first is Gressley. I think the communication of a keeper and their defense and establishing early on is, who's the leader of the defense, who are you going to rely on to sort of, talk with, who's going to be the captain, if you will, of the defense. Sometimes the keeper, can defer to that person. Sometimes the keeper needs to sort of take that role on. I think that's one of the most underappreciated aspects of being a good keeper. You have to command the respect of your teammates and your defense. They have to trust you to make good decisions, and they have to trust you to be good and vocal with them. And when you see the talking going back on, right, like that's a great example. If you give one indication to your defense and they do it, and you don't hold true to it, you can create a real disconnect. So I think it's really an underappreciated, or it's kind of hard to see. The layperson watches soccer. It's kind of hard to see that. You can't really see it, but a lot of time goes into building that trust between the keeper and their defense.
Well, I think it's trust, but I think it's also understanding your athletic ability, your speed, coupled with the speed of the team coming on you, coupled with your defense, and who's fast, who's slow, and in between, and then judging it all, right? Can I come off my line based on my speed, based on how fast they're coming at me? Where's my defense? So it's a judgment call. It's not like a center fielder catching a fly ball. It's you, the ball, and you know where it's going to go. Now it's a fly ball, and someone's running with the fly ball, and then you're coming at it. So it's all these different things. And I think because Sienna has playing soccer so long at such a high level, it definitely has lent itself to both the trust, but also her ability of knowing when to stay on the line and when to come off of it.
As an example, when I say trust, to the folks out there wondering what exactly I'm talking about, let's say you have a defensive player who is not particularly, their ball skills are not the highest level.
Not polished as much, yeah.
Right, but they're very, very tough, and they never give up on a play. They might get beaten, but they're going to know the angle, they're going to cut off the person, and they're going to kind of grind through it. They might not take the ball and distribute it. They may just get rid of the ball out of bounds, but they're going to battle. As a keeper, you know that you're going to stay on your line, because even if they get beat, they're never going to give up. They're going to battle. They're going to know what angle to go to, and you're going to know that they're always going to funnel them outside. So you're going to stay put, as opposed to on the other side, you might have someone that rarely gets beat, and there's a ball off the head. Gressley's right there. You have someone who may never get beat, but when they do, you have to come out and get them, because they're not going to recover in time to come back. And it's it's trusting that the person that gets beat will recover, and understanding that the person who almost never gets beat might need a little help from you. And that's the kind of stuff that takes repetitions, like in any sport.
Yeah, it's first defender, second defender, third defender stuff, right? So if I'm the first defender, I'm applying that first pressure to the person with the ball. If I'm the second defender, I'm off that first defender's shoulder on like a 45-degree angle, so if they do get beat, I can step in while also being mindful of the person who might be near me. And that third defender is like that safety valve, right? I'm there to protect my second defender as well as a potential weak side run, So it's all a system, but there is a lot of trust. And I think Sienna's proven that, and she's also someone they can trust to play the ball back to because she's got great foot skills too. So it's a whole package. It really is a lot more to it than probably the average person realizes.
Played back again through Gressley, down under 3 minutes here in the half. Montville trails Killingy 1-0. Killingy scored on a goal from Kesley Morardi. Montville has had a number of, I'll call them B to B minus scoring opportunities. They haven't had a real A opportunity yet. They've had a couple of Bs and a couple of B minuses, but nothing super threatening. You know, it's the kind of thing where they're almost there, a couple of commas, maybe a semicolon, capital letters, and they would be there.
I'm a big fan of the Oxford comma myself.
The Oxford comma, is that the soccer equivalent of the Cruyff
the Cruyff turn?
Turn, which Mike Demoro, if you're out there listening or watching, he said that's so 2 years ago. So the Cruyff turn so 2 years ago.
I know. We'll have to mix in the toe poke for him today.
There you go. 2 minutes. I find this to be the danger spot in the half because, and nicely played back by Fry. 2 minutes is the danger spot in the half, right? You start pressing up a little bit, you get beat in the other direction. The difference between 1-1 and 2-0 is obviously enormous. Montville wants to score right here, but they cannot, under any circumstances, give up some late. They can't get beat late here. They have to keep this thing a one-goal game.
Well, it's a clock management thing, Case. It comes down to, all right, so if I'm a coach, I go through this in practice with my teams in the past. If I'm a coach, I'm working on like that 2-minute drill, right? Liking it to football. You're up a goal with 2 minutes to go, first half, second half. What's our mindset? Our mindset is to keep it in the middle, attacking half of the field, don't give up anything kind of silly. And if I'm down a goal, it's all right, we're going to try to play more direct, more over the top, more chances with a mindset that down 1 goal, down 2 goals, we're still down, right? And that also changes in the second half, of course, right? Second half, up a goal, down a goal, the risk-reward changes a little bit.
Under a minute remaining in the half. Montville still working it through the midfield, but they have not been able to crack that Killingy defense just yet. Middle of the field, Hockdorfer plays it back, and there's a good ball on the outside to Tafares. Tafares turns it back to the right. Tafares beats her man, goes inside, left foot, shot, and steady on the line is Podgorny with the save.
And that's my point, right? So it's never over. We're going to continue battling. And that was the first big ball we saw from Montville all half. Very direct, and they get a shot off of it. They're probably their best shot of the first half.
Under 10 seconds remaining in the half. And the clock has run, and we are at halftime of your Division II ECC Girls Soccer Championships. Killingy 1, Montville 0. We have a 10-minute halftime. We invite you to stay put to watch some wonderful game day content. Check out this past week's Grade 8 as well as other features and fun. Colin and I will be back with a few minutes before the start of half number 2. Killingy up 1-0 on their way, perhaps, to a Division II Girls Soccer Championship. You're watching Game Day live on theday.com.
Game Day is brought to you by General Dynamics Electric Boat. Join the team building the future of undersea defense. General Dynamics Electric Boat is hiring, offering great careers in engineering, design, welding, and other skilled trades. Explore opportunities, training, and benefits when you apply at ebcareers.com. And for shipbuilding careers across the country, visit buildsubmarines.com. General Dynamics Electric Boat, where your future sets sail. Build your future with General Dynamics Electric Boat, the leader in submarine shipbuilding. Get hands-on training, gain valuable experience, and grow your skills as part of a team building the Navy's next generation of submarines. Apply today at ebcareers.com and explore maritime careers nationwide at buildsubmarines.com. Electric Boat, building skills, building futures.
Just a little bit with the quickness with which they transition the ball, especially through the midfield. Get rid of it one touch a little quicker, and I think it'll result in more over-the-top opportunities, because I think we saw them go low on the first handful. When they went over the top there, that was something that I think gave them a good look. And then I think it'll be interesting, does Killingy continue to just try to probe the two freshmen, Malarkey and Morarty? Do they keep trying to just, get that through ball or that ball over the top and let them run on? We'll see. They had that success getting the goal, but other than that, there hasn't been a lot there.
Yeah, and I think Killingy needs to be careful, because if Montville does begin to move the ball a little bit quicker, they got to put a little higher line in place, because they're really sitting in with like that sweeper back there. And if that space continues, you're going to see someone like Hedrick break loose and potentially find the back of the net.
Already, Montville right here, the most adept transition we've seen, and on the side of the net. It'll be a goal kick, but that there was the best we have seen to Fares with the chance. We saw Montville there transition, and that was inside, outside. They did a really good job of 5 different people touching the ball and moving it very quickly.
Yeah, and you saw a quick entry ball gets played wide, overlapping run, and then that near post shot that just misses the actual inside the frame there. So, they are moving the ball quicker than they did in the first half, which is going to create some problems for kind of, I don't want to call it a lackadaisical approach, but a very kind of, soft approach by Killingy, kind of absorbing that pressure and then clearing out the end, where Montville does the opposite. It's very high press, high line, which is very different. Two very different styles of soccer from both these sides.
Gressley will come off her line and just kind of stay there, looks around now, uses the boot high in the air and touched out by the Wolves, so a throw coming from Killingy. Malarkey spins, tries to beat Estelle. Malarkey, left foot, right to Gressley. Nice job by Malarkey, but well defended. There's a good example of the trust I was talking about before, right? So technically, Estelle got beat. Malarkey had the angle. But Gressley knew that Estelle was not going to quit on that, and that she was going to force it to a spot where the only shot could have been sort of a, middle left foot, and Gressley was in perfect position for it. So, had Gressley come off her line thinking her defender had been beaten, maybe something different happens there. So that's sort of the communication, the trust, the repetitions, the knowing what your defense's skill set is. That's a good example right there.
And the leadership, a team with a small roster, as we mentioned in the first half, like Montville, it is critical that you're, kind of captain of the infield, like your catchers in baseball. It's critical that your goalkeeper has a good soccer IQ, and that you can trust that goalkeeper, because really that's paramount. They can see the entire field where you can't, right? And so, they trust Sienna to do the right thing back there. They trust her to play the ball with their feet. They trust her to, make those saves and distribute accordingly. And we've done a lot of talking about Gressley, and not to, forget about Podgorny. Podgorny is a tremendous keeper in her own right. I mean, she had 6 shutouts on the season. She's got a lower goals against average. She just hasn't been tested this game as much as Gressley has, and that's why she hasn't been as much of a topic of our conversation. But, certainly I think both keepers will have to be on their A game today to, determine a winner of this match.
What I liked about Podgorny was I call it sturdy. When you're on your line, when you choose to not leave, it is imperative that you make that ball stick, right? No rebounds, no deflections. You've got to be able to catch and hold, because that's where we see so many goals. It's not the shot, it's the second shot, the deflection or the put away that from a person running on. The 2 times that she's been tested at all, no chance. Stuck right in, and there was no rebound. There was no opportunity for Montville to run on. And I think that's, if you look at it, it's 2 saves in the scorebook, right? And it's the eye test says, oh, okay, that's not as easy as it looks, especially as it starts to get a little colder. It is much easier sometimes to block rather than catch, and she was able to be very sturdy both times.
Yeah, as a coach, you always teach your players to look for second chance opportunities, right? Because a lot of times it's not that first opportunity, it's a deflection, it's a ball off the gloves, or once again, if a keeper doesn't catch it, with their hands and it goes off their chest, bounces off their chest, and presents an opportunity for the attacking player. So we always teach the kids to crash the goal, right? And you're never out of this thing.
Malarkey saved Gressley, and that was a beauty. Now, again, Gressley came off her line, didn't make good contact with it, which allowed Killingy to intercept one touch and allowed Malarkey to get a good look. And Malarkey put a great shot on goal. Offsides this time. Malarkey put a great shot on goal. That left foot was destined for the upper corner, and Gressley athletically and beautifully came up and again caught it, and it stuck, right? That could have been a rebound or a deflection as well.
Yeah, great save to her right, definitely going for the left side of the goal. Gets her hands out, catches the ball, brings it down, and even upon falling to the ground, keeps it under possession. Because a lot of times, once again, this is not football. You lose that ball and hits the ground, that ball's still in play. So she kept that ball under possession as it hits the ground and kind of foils any second chance opportunities for Killingy as they were crashing the goal.
And that's one of the things people ask, the difference between grass and turf. And in soccer, one of the great things about grass, Bacon Academy likes to joke, it's one of their huge weapons, is that the ball does not roll evenly over grass, right? There's bumps in the grass, the ball hops, it makes little jumps, the grass slows it down. On turf, the ball is much quicker, it's also much truer, right? The bounces are uniform. But turf is exactly that. There's no give. So you come down to the turf with the ball and your body, it is hard to maintain possession because your body's hitting the ground hard and the ball's hitting the ground. So turf often generates more rebounds than grass can. A lot of times you come down on the grass, it's softer, and the ball has a little cushion to it. Not on turf.
Just want to revisit the call here by center official Robert Briones. So Montville had the ball. Montville player gets subsequently tripped. Ball continues on. And then about 5 seconds later, after a errant ball away, official Briones calls the ball back. That's an advantage call. And a lot of, layman folk may not understand what that is. So if you get fouled and don't maintain the advantage, the ball would then get called back to the initial foul and it'll be a restart for the team that was fouled. In this case, it was Montville. So just trying to explain that rule as it happened out here between roughly the 45 and the 30.
Similar to hockey.
Yes.
Where if there's a penalty called, the penalty is delayed until possession changes and then the call is instituted. But as long as the team has an advantage, the team that was offended against, as long as they have advantage, we don't stop their advantage to enforce the penalty. I think that's a great aspect. Nice ball by Malarkey, playing it outside to Morardi. That's a good choice. Morardi puts it back in front, but Gressley's there for the save.
See, that's what I'm talking about, that halftime. There's only 2 players for Killingy pushing forward, and their back line is still in the 40-yard line of the opposite side of the field. So if they want to shrink this field, it's going to create more opportunities for them because they'll have numbers closer together. So instead of defending 70 yards of space, they're going to defend 50 yards of space. And that's a big difference when it comes to soccer because it causes them to get more players, especially on the outside, involved in the attack. And right now it's really 2v4, 2v5.
Good work on the outside from Tafaris. And the Wolves fighting for it at the midfield. Wolves are going to need to get something going through that midfield if they want to generate a shot, because there's 8 Killingy players back deep and just the 2 up top, including this one. Malarkey, left foot right onto Gressley.
Yeah, Malarkey really favoring that left-footed shot. So if I'm a Montville defender, I'm going to force her right all day long. You know, really, I oftentimes put a left-footed player on the right because they're going to cut in on their left, and their left foot's going to be in front of the goal, right? But some players prefer to whip that ball in from left side. So either way works. But, you know, I think Montville needs to learn from what they're seeing because they haven't seen Killingy yet, right? Learn from what they're seeing and force the players to their non-preferred foot.
I happen to think that the opposite foot player on the outside, particularly the left-footed player on the right side, is a great play for exactly that reason, because we're so used to playing people off, and all it takes is that one little cut, and then the shot goes, and it's usually from an angle that is different than what a keeper is used to seeing, and it's, again, defenders are so used to teaching to push them to the outside. That cut in is usually available. I think that's a very good play, especially if you have someone who's comfortable. You know, they don't need to have equal feet, but if you have someone who's comfortable with their feet enough to just, you know, get that little bit of cut.
Right. Well, you know, like I said, I think it's easier to serve a ball with your non-preferred foot than strike a ball for a goal with your non-preferred foot. So put the weak side foot on the outside, serve it in, and then you're cutting it in your right foot or left foot in front of the goal.
Perfect. I love it. You should coach. Montville still trying to solve the Killingy defense. I like the thought there to get one in and let a shot fly. I'm always a fan of getting one on frame early in the half. Kind of break the ice. Malarkey's doing such a great job putting pressure down there. Estelle's been running with her, and a nice job for Gressley to come and hold on to that one.
Yeah, Estelle is getting a workout today. She's going to log some miles today because really testing her on the outside there and really not looking to pass the ball. She's looking to beat her 1v1 player and go to goal. So I think you're going to see a lot of miles logged on this outside, left for Killingy and outside right for Montville.
Boucher's had some good looks in the middle, number 10 for Montville, but has not been able to get that through ball. She's been the one they've been trying to get to distribute through the middle to the outside, and she's been seeing the field. I can see the visions there. She just hasn't quite been able to get one through. Killingy, as you mentioned, 4 deep. They're just now on this offensive set as they have a corner. Just now are they sending up their midfielders for this offensive set. And they're still keeping 4 very deep on the defensive side of things with this 1-0 lead. Olivia Cabral will take the corner. Outswinger.
Love it.
Thank you. And Cabral comes back in, draws the whistle from the official, and it'll be a Montville kick as Montville's clearing.
A handball just outside the box, it looks like, right in the line there. The official AR, Eric Stoddard.
He's saying that was Montville, so
yep.
Killingy with best chance for a set piece. We haven't seen a lot of those yet. This is definitely a spot for a good set piece. Will they center? Will they drop it back? We'll see what Killingy uses. A little 2-person wall from Montville.
Yeah, you want to go 2 in this side here because you want to make sure that you're covered inside the box. Watch the top of the box, look for a short one there.
Someone in the back of the net, far post, where it goes, over the top of Malarkey, and that'll go out of bounds for a goal kick for Montville.
Those are you want to hit that one short. You want to either just pop it over the wall or drive a ball just to the left of the wall, so maybe you get a deflection. You know, the weak side ball is only a good opportunity if you have someone making that far post run.
I also like the playback to your and have the person with a better angle coming in and putting one on. And because you already have all the other players in front of the goal, so any rebound, anything that comes out is usually in a good spot. I agree with you. That's a tough angle to try to go far post.
There's a lot of good set plays you can run off that as well. You can play it to the top of the 18. They can lay it back to the person who initially served the ball, and then they can ping a ball on a better angle, as you mentioned. So there's a lot of great ways to do it. Yeah, that far post run is a great one if you have someone who's really set, who's driving themselves to that far post, and maybe they can knock it back across the box.
And if you have, sometimes you have that person that, that 6'3" or, 5'10", person who's able to get that head ball above everybody else, and you're trying to work the advantage on the far side, a little weak side run for the headpiece. But, that's where coaches know their teams really well and what players do well. Here's a turnover in the middle by Montville. Malarkey loses it. Play on. Touch out. Wolves trying to work the outside now. We haven't seen a lot of that. To Faris. Tries to cut it back, and good defense from Raymond, out of bounds for the throw for the Wolves.
Yeah, risk reward, knocks it out of bounds, looking just to kind of get their defense set up so now they can deal with the throw in opposed to maybe a cross.
Killingy content just banging it out of bounds. Let Montville throw it in on the far side. Tufaris will give this one up. Add her to the mix on the offensive side of things. Montville will bring a defender up for the throw.
We're heading towards the middle part of the second half here. Montville still down a goal, been scoreless for, nearly 60 minutes or so. And, at some point they need to kind of divvy up their actions here and be a little bit more aggressive and direct. I'm not saying right this minute, but doing a nice job of possessing the ball. But can we switch the fields faster? Can we be a bit more direct? Because early in the first second half, they had a big direct ball that resulted in a great shot in the frame. So can we try to incorporate some of those, as we head down to the last 20 some odd minutes of the second half?
Well, you know what name we have not called very often yet for Montville is that one right there, 16, Harper Hedrick. And that's a premium goal scorer who has been marked very well by Killingy.
Yeah, I think early in the season she was an unknown commodity, and as she began to start scoring goals and bucket loads, I think she became more well-known, and I think it's not a mystery that, she's got a bunch of goals. I think she's got 24, 25 on the season. She's someone that they look for, and it's also someone that the opposition is going to be mindful of as well. Makes it a whole lot harder to score goals when you got someone in your back pocket.
And it's also, by the way, one of the hardest things to do as a defender in soccer. I think that a really good defender who is able to mark a quality offensive player is so invaluable. It is not an easy thing to do. You think all you got to do is defend this person. It's not as easy as it sounds.
And then sometimes as a coach, you have to kind of hide that person in a different position, and then it can overlap in the attacking end,
Shot put on, and right there is Podgorny as Danowitz got one on frame. Now that's the kind of shot I was saying I like. Early in the half, don't try to overthink it. Just put one on frame, kind of let them know that that's something you'll do. Sometimes good things happen, but it also kind of breaks the ice a little bit of that shot. There's Hedrick, and it goes wide. And it'll be a goal kick.
Yeah, Hedrick showing off. She can play with her left, play with her right. Like to get maybe one more touch to beat the defender, but might be a situation where if Hedrick's getting balled up, for example, can we drop her back to, an attacking center midfield position, the 10 spot, and can she be someone that becomes kind of a little bit of an afterthought for a moment and then overlaps into that final third, and next thing she had the ball at her feet, top of the 18.
And that's a really good point, because we were talking about, marking someone. It's also easier to mark somebody when they're up top, and they're in that prime goal scoring position, center mid, and you're like, oh, that's easier there. When they move back midfield, it's easier to get lost. Then they can get on a run. They can get, they're blowing by you like a wide receiver before you even know it, because you can lose them, give them a few yards. And so I like moving a player around, especially if you're just trying to free them up to get them involved in the game. Get them more touches. It doesn't necessarily have to be goal scoring. Just get them a few more balls on their feet.
Yeah, win and lose with the person that's been scoring the most goals for you with the ball at their feet, right? So get her involved with more touches. Maybe it's inside, maybe it's outside, maybe it's dropping to the 10 position as that attacking center mid. Because she's kind of playing more that upper number 9 spot, which I understand. But can we get her more involved in more touches? Sometimes soccer's about volume. On average, you're looking at probably 10 to 15% of shots on goal yield goals. So if you're taking 10 shots, you're looking to get 1, maybe 2. So, and we're talking quality shots, not these little toe pokes from 30 yards out. So. It's a quality shot with laces on the frame. So can we get more volume to create some opportunities and maybe get some second chance opportunities? Goalkeepers are human too, and they're liable to drop a ball or miss a ball. Just need more volume from Montville because they're getting plenty of volume in possession, but not so much with laces shots on the frame.
I want to there's Hedrick, by the way, takes it away, goes to the left foot, tries to spin to the right. Well defended. I want to give credit to the officials thus far. The single biggest compliment that I can give to an official in any sport is that I didn't know they were there. And I mean that in that because they're there when the game goes poorly. So it's not as simple as just swallow your whistle. Because if you swallow your whistle and people are flying all over the place, you notice it as well. What I'm saying is they're letting them play appropriately. The only whistles we've heard are offsides. We haven't seen, they're letting just enough contact. I love officials that have a good understanding of sort of the flow of the game, and they clearly this game has a nice flow to it right now.
Yeah, well, I mean, you're going to get officials in this game that have experience, officiating big games. So, Robert Briones, the center official, has been, on the Eastern board for decades and does college level stuff. Eric Stoddard, the AR, and Raul Loaiza, these guys all do high-level soccer and been on the board for a while. So they're not going to put someone, brand new to the sport or brand new to officiating on these games. So it should be a smooth situation. And to your point, yes, the best compliment to give an official is who?
Exactly.
Right?
And it's true of all sports. Best umpired games are the ones where you don't have any idea who you don't have to even wonder who he was till afterwards, and you go up and say, hey, that's a great job. Right now, this game has got a nice flow to it. I think it allows for the energy of the game to build, which we like as well. Montville throw in with Estelle on the near side, number 5 there. Trying to get Hedrick involved more and more. You can see that.
For the last probably 7 or 8 minutes, Montville's really kept the ball in their attacking half of the field, and there hasn't been much counter for Killingy of any kind of danger. But they can't seem to find that hole to really get that quality shot for a goal-scoring opportunity.
There's a chance now. Hedrick spins, left foot, good spot, and just can't get enough on it. And Podgorny comes out and will punt it away for Killingy.
And really, Casey, it might only take one quality shot, because we know that Montville can score. We know that Hedrick can score. We know they have some attacking weapons all around her. It just comes down to finding that opportunity. But once again, time is waning. Just about under 19 minutes now, so it becomes a little bit more urgent as the clock continues to tick.
Montville transitioning well. Here goes Hedrick. Outside to Tufaris. Back with the left foot into the middle. And Killingy clears out of bounds for a Montville throw. Definitely Montville dominating the possession here, though, in the second half.
Oh, absolutely. This is kind of how the first half started with Montville. Really, the first probably 10 to 15 minutes, it was pretty much all Montville. In terms of possession, not a lot of quality chances. And then that quick counterattack.
Dangerous ball in front, and it took a great bounce for Podgorny. It went right back toward her. If that ball had bounced straight ahead, Montville was sitting there. That's a very, I don't know if she saw the spin on it and judged it, but that was well intentioned by Montville to get that ball into a kind of a funky hop.
especially on turf. If that ball is spinning on turf, I mean, it bites, and it can go the opposite way really quick, opposed to natural grass. So, yeah, you always got to watch the spin for sure, but thankfully that ball dropped in and was able to be gobbled up by Killingy there. But, that was one of the more dangerous chances this half so far. And once again, Montville right back at it.
Boucher loses that one. Good defense. Montville, though, steady, but there goes Morardi. Morardi puts it right on, and Gressley is there on her line. No issues. Game 2 tonight, right after this one, 6 o'clock. The number 1 seeded Bacon Academy Bobcats undefeated on the season against the ever-dangerous Stonington Bears. We'll have all the action live for you there. The interesting one there, Bacon, a grass team, versus Stonington, a turf team. Here are on the turf at Griswold. Always interesting to see how those grass teams handle the transition to turf.
Yeah, and you know what? You can't say that too much. There's a lot of turf teams. I feel like there's more turf teams than grass teams than there was in years past. Remember, Montville was one of the first turfs in the conference, and now I feel like most teams have turf, which is, it's beneficial to some degree, but I think it's almost flipped around. How do, the turf teams handle grass?
Good ball by Morardi. In front. Malarkey. Shot off the crossbar. Rebound. Goal! 18 is Madison Perry. The shot from Malarkey hit the crossbar. It was beautiful. Rebound and the goal, and 2-0 Killingy.
Prime example of a second chance opportunity. We talked about it all second half here. Off that post, caromed across the middle of the goal area, and then buried on the weak side for the second goal of the match. 2-0 Killingy.
Now that's going to force Montville to increase a little bit. Let's see if they change shape at all, but right now they've had lots of chances. They just haven't had that A opportunity, but 2 goals is a lot.
It's going to force Montville to play more direct with more urgency, and it's really going to probably force Killingy to play even more conservative, more of that prevent defense in the back end. You're not going to see a lot of players move forward. You're going to see maybe that 2-front attack become kind of the only 2-front attack. You might not see more than 2 players go forward for Killingy the rest of this match.
Hedrick touches to the right foot, tries to get a pass in front. That ball is loose. Left-footed shot placed on goal by Danowitz, but Podgorny there. And she hasn't had to make any big saves yet, but just the very confident way in which she plays the back line is, I think, rubbing off on her teammates too. Samantha Podgorny just very, very comfortable back there.
Yeah, and she's a junior, so she certainly has some experience. There's not been one save this game, I think, that anyone, in this complex has been worried about. Everything's been saved clean, to her hands, no drops. But with that being said, most of the saves have been, within her wheelhouse, nothing too far outside her frame. So, it's a confidence booster for her back line. And it's also proof to Montville they got to try to find ways to put that ball wide and low or wide and high to get it out of the range of Podgorny. You can already see Montville playing with a little bit more urgency, a little bit more pace in play. And although it's 2-0, that gets cut in half quick if they can score one here in early goings, since that second goal was scored by Killingy.
Danowitz plays it down the right side for the Wolves. And Killingy is going to be very comfortable. And you saw Hutchinson there just touching it out of bounds. We'll take throws from 30 yards out. We're not going to do anything to jeopardize the middle of the field.
Well, especially on a big transition like that, right? They're trying to make sure that they get their players back to get their shape back, because obviously on a transition, you're a little bit out of shape. You might have 3 or 4 in the back instead of a 4 flat. So just kind of, you play for another day kind of thing, and they put the ball out wide to kind of get their systems back in play. As
we look to, on the Division I side of things, we have two, on both the boys and girls side, two of the most dominant regular seasons that we've seen in recent memory. Bacon Academy girls and the East Line boys, both undefeated, both with a tie, and both more difficult to score on than, any high school team has the right to be. On the Division II side, we have a chance to see double champions. Killingy boys, especially with 2-0 lead for the Killingy girls, if they can hold on to this, it puts a lot of fun pressure on the Killingy boys with a chance tomorrow against St. Bernard to do something which is always neat, which is the double dip in the soccer championships.
And I've seen all those teams play and officiated a bunch of them, and I can tell you the Killingy St. Bernard's match is going to be a lot of fun. They have a lot of athletic players on both sides of the ball, some big, tall guys winning head balls, some really quick, skilled players on the attack, and some quality goalkeeping. So that should be a fun match to watch. And, of course, East Line boys being undefeated, Bacon girls undefeated. I mean, stingy on defense is an understatement. So it should be a lot of fun this evening and then tomorrow's for those two matchups.
East Line boys having given up a total of 2 goals on the season. So Malarkey will take the corner. Left foot, this will be an in-swinger, and it is beautifully placed. Gressley gets 2 hands on it and taps it out to her teammate, and they'll clear through the midfield. Stepping in, however, and putting it right back in is Canetti. And the Bacon girls, I believe, have given up 4 goals on the entire season, and they are, if I'm not mistaken, coming in with a 4 or 5 shutout streak. Coming into the championship.
Yeah, I think East Lyme has 15 shutouts on the season. At one point, I think they had 12 in a row. I mean, just really stingy defense, playing 3 at the back. The Great Wall of Salem, as they call it.
They were, the first goal they gave up this year was Bacon Academy late in the season, and they won that game easy. And then they gave up a goal in their tie to Morgan.
That was the first time they were down all season.
Yeah.
Down 1-0 to Morgan. Saw part of that game, and then the goal that Bacon scored, an absolute...
Alex Bonus made the grade 8 on a pass from Jack Lavasser. It was just...
Beautiful goal.
Gorgeous goal.
Tip your cap to that one.
And it's funny because we got that submission from Skip Starks over in Colchester, and he said, listen, it was just the goal was so beautiful. It didn't matter, East Lyme is so good, and that just was a goal that you'd want to see scored, by anybody. It was really, really just a nice job by Bonus.
Yeah, game winner or not, that's a beautiful goal, and certainly Bacon has nothing to be ashamed about. East Lyme's a very talented team, so I think they played him again 3-0 in the semifinals. So certainly we know East Lyme's a better squad, but certainly that goal was worthy of a grade 8 for sure.
100%. And Montville could use a grade 8 play right now. They want to try to get back in this thing. They're down 2-0 as we're down close to 10 minutes, and they have not been able to solve this Killingy defense and goalkeeper Samantha Podgorny. And the field goal is up and good as Kylie Fry set that one a little too high into the sky.
Why?
Not sure why. She has another try.
It's only game 1 and we're already getting a little punchy.
Punchy already.
We haven't talked a lot about it yet, but I think we have to give credit really to this Killingy defense. Besides, Podgorny in the back, they played that bend but don't break mentality, and while Montville has driven deep into the Killingy defensive end, there's been no real big quality shots on the frame, and so really it's a credit to their kind of discipline and patience back there and clearing when necessary, dropping and stepping when necessary, and then of course the quality goalkeeping of Podgorny. So, while they've got 2 goals from the prolific attack of those 2 speedy guys up top, really it comes down to what are we doing in the back end? Because as you know, the cliche is defense wins championships.
Now, again, not one senior starter on Killingy. They have 4 seniors on the roster, no starters. Take that even a step further. Other than Pekovic West, who is number 8, and Podgorny, the keeper, those are the only 2 juniors.
Right.
Everyone else, sophomore and freshman. This is for most teams, this would be considered a transition year.
Yeah.
And here they are on the brink of a Division II ECC championship.
Pekovic West Gracie, former colleague of mine up in Plainfield. Mom's a former Division I athlete.
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
Former Central Connecticut State softball player. So certainly Pekarovic, a quality player in her own right, playing this outside, midfield position. A lot of these players are a little bit unsung because of the great job they're doing defensively behind the ball.
Whistle there. That'll be a kick for Montville. Montville's got to get some urgency going here as Estelle will take the kick and play it back to the official. And the official will reset as Gressley's going to come up and take this. So Montville can press forward.
Yeah, they got to play quick, Case. I mean, that's a great ball by Gressley out of the back, but they got to play quick. They got to play more direct. They got to find those diagonal balls. They got to find ways to split the defense, and it can't be such a methodical possession anymore. Those days are over. We need to kind of play that ball, two-touch soccer, and get those overlapping runs in from your outside mids. Because once again, lose by 2, lose by 3, you still lose. Let's just put all cards on the table and find a way to find the back of the net. And before you know it, 2-1 is a game changer.
Olivia Cabral puts it back in the middle, and so that right there on the defensive side for Montville, unnecessary. That's where your defense has to talk. Peyton Cook came up, just knocked it out of bounds because she's thinking but if her defense had said you're free, clear, touch, settle, whatever your communication tree is, there's different styles of it. Someone needed to tell her that there's no one there, and she could have settled and turned.
Yeah, Killingy's not sending more than 2 on a counterattack. They're going to send more when they're possessing the ball and they get the ball in a throw-in. But on a counterattack, you're not going to see two players or more with 8 minutes to go, 7 minutes to go in the match.
Beautiful overlapping run sends Kylie Fry down the sideline, but calmly stepping in, Kate Crowley knocks it out for Killingy.
And no, I'm typically not a huge fan of knocking that ball out wide when you have a little bit of time. But when you're trying to kill some clock and you're trying to get your team set up, then I have no problem with that. But if you have time and space, I'm more of a fan of can we get that ball forward. But I understand, the thought there, get it wide, get it out, reset the troops in the back.
Montville down 2-0, just trying to get anything on frame, and they haven't been able to do it as good as they've possessed. They haven't really been able to turn it into quality shots.
Yeah, and that last ball in the Hedrick, if she can just kind of keep that ball at her foot, she had time to turn and maybe get a shot in the frame, but that was a big, hard ball to kind of trap on that first touch. High expectations for a freshman for sure.
Absolutely.
But not playing like it.
No, I don't think this soccer game has resembled the youth movement that, in fact, it is. There's so many young players out there. Now, Montville has those seniors. They're going to be turning over another 6 seniors. So, they're young, but they're going to be turning over a big senior class.
Yeah, and being a small to medium-sized school, that can be a lot more devastating to the Montvilles and the Killinglys and, those size schools of the world opposed to maybe the East Limes, the NFAs, the Fish, and so on with bigger numbers. But as we mentioned earlier, they were able to do it this year, losing 7 starters, and here we are, in the ECC final, albeit down 2 goals.
The Division I Girls Soccer Championship between Bacon Academy and Stonington to follow this one. Anticipated start time of that is 6 o'clock. As the clock down to 4:40. At the end of this game, you're going to, of course, want to go find social media later tonight, Game Day CT, and see the Roberto's Log Cabin Player of the Game Day interview, as well as the interview with the winning coach.
If we could have all of our ECC All-Stars and award winners meet on the left side of the
ECC All-Stars will be announced in between these 2 games.
Announcing our award winners in the ECC Divisions 1, 2, and 3.
Good effort. Shot and just over the top of Pat Gorney.
Probably the most dangerous chance we've seen this half. Maybe in the game. I thought maybe she might have caught the far post, but just missed it. But a good opportunity. Montville's got to throw numbers forward, so when that does happen, they can get the weak side opportunities and maybe put a garbage ball in on the far side.
Corner kick, low drive in front. Back out shot on goal, and Podgorny is there on her line. So once again, she hasn't had to make the sort of epic save, but she's been rock solid on anything put near her today.
Well, I think it's also credit to her positioning, though, too, right? So I think sometimes, keepers make these epic saves when maybe they're out of position, but Podgorny has really done a nice job of knowing where the ball is, getting her angles down, and always being in a good position to make a quality save.
As the sun sets at Griswold High School, it is also starting to set on the hopes of Montville. 3:25 remaining. Here the Wolves have a free kick. This might be the best chance they've had in a while. Abby Danowitz is going to take it. She approaches, lets it fly, and there's Podgorny. She didn't hold it, but she didn't let it deflect right in front of her, and that's another big save.
That probably had the most pace of any shot we've seen from Montville this game. Danowitz really got into that one. Well-placed shot and a lot of Lace's pace on that ball for sure. So, once again, a lot of shots, but not a lot of high-quality shots on the Laces, and that was probably the best one we've seen so far. We're saying that a lot, I think, in the last few minutes here, because Montville's really trying to put the pedal to the metal, and they're playing with a bit more urgency. Can they find the back of the net is the question.
And if they can get one in the next minute, it at least gives them that chance to go for another one. And, it's hard to, and sometimes that snowball happens quickly.
Yeah, I know for sure. I've seen a lot of quick goals scored, in high school soccer play. I think back to, 2008. We played Woodstock at home, down 3-1. We scored 2 goals in a minute and 30 seconds to tie the game. And I think at that point, everyone thought we were out of it. So you never know. Is it likely? No. Is it highly unlikely? Yes. But you never say never. I've seen crazy things happen in this game.
Well, we're under 2 minutes remaining. Montville probably needs to get one in the next 30 seconds to have a real hope here. Killingy is going to send everybody back. You can see all 11 back playing some form of defense. Only Morardi anywhere near the offensive side of things.
And with that being said, urgency also comes down to winning every single ball. It can't be a 50-50. You got to be to every ball and just throw it all on the table and just put everything you can into it. But I think at this point, this might end up being the final score as Killingy continues to possess and work off the ball.
So when this game ends, we will sign off. We'll be back live for Game 2 between Bacon Academy and Stonington. And like I said, you're going to want to check out Game Day CT and all of our social medias for the Roberto's Log Cabin Player of the Game Day, as well as the interview with the winning coach.
Got a text message from the O'Donnell family, the Montville O'Donnell family. We're getting the O'Donnell twins tuning in from their colleges. I believe it's Southern and maybe Central, respectively. I'm not 100% sure, but they're watching from away from the field, former Montville players from last year.
And they're watching Killingy, 35 seconds away from a shutout win over what I would consider to be a very game Wolves team. Playing iron person soccer is not easy. Give Montville a lot of credit. They played well. This was just, Killingy didn't have a lot of great opportunities, but the ones they had, they took advantage of and put away. And the clock ticks down under 10 seconds. Corner kick coming from Montville. I don't know that they'll even get it off before the whistle blows. 2-1. And there's your ball game. The Killingy Trailblazers are your ECC Division II Girls Soccer Champions. 2-0 over the Montville Wolves. Congratulations, Coach Malarkey and all of Killingy and Turtle Lot, as the co-op team has won the Division II Girls Soccer Championship. Colin, before I head down for interviews and before we sign off until game number 2 later on between Bacon Academy and East Lyme, your quick wrap-up thoughts on what you saw from Killingy.
Yeah, I think just they capitalized on their opportunities. They did not have as many opportunities as Montville did. They did not have the lion's share of possession as Montville did, but they really capitalized on that big direct brand of soccer and the speedy forwards up top in the likes of Malarkey and Morardi. So really, I think that's what it comes down to. And then once again, a testament to their defense. You can't win a championship unless you put up a good defensive effort, and they put up a shutout today, which I believe is their 7th of the season. So a credit to them and to their back line and the team all the way through for taking a young team to a championship game.
Congratulations. We will be back with game number 2, the Bacon Academy Bobcats and the Stonington Bears. Again, game day CT for the post-game interviews with the coach and the Roberto's Log Cabin player of the game. Game time for the second game is scheduled for 6 o'clock, and we will have that for you live as well. You've been watching Game Day Live on theday.com.
The following is a presentation of The Day.
As the sun sets and the clouds cover a beautiful night here at Griswold High School, we turn our attention to the Division I ECC Girls Soccer Finals, where the undefeated number 1 ranked Bacon Academy Bobcats look to repeat as champions against the number 2 seed Stonington High School Bears, and all the action is live on Game Day. Game Day is brought to you by General Dynamics Electric Boat. Looking for a career built to last? Well, General Dynamics Electric Boat offers stability, growth, and purpose as you help build the Navy's submarine fleet. Discover openings and training opportunities at ebcareers.com and learn more about shipbuilding careers nationwide at buildsubmarines.com. Electric Boat, your future starts here. Casey O'Neill along with Colin Delaney. We saw the Killingy Turtle-Lot team win 2-0 in the ECC Division II Girls Soccer Finals. And now the number 1 seeded Bacon Academy Bobcats, undefeated, defending state champions, defending ECC champions, all on the line tonight as they come out to try to defend that crown against a very talented and a very game Stonington Bears team, the number 2 seed, fresh off perhaps their most dominating performance of the season.
Yeah, another one that we're really looking forward to. 2 teams that, battled this season, 1-goal victories for Bacon. Bacon comes with a lot of experience in big games, not only from an ECC tournament standpoint, but also a state tournament standpoint. So really looking forward to seeing these 2 teams go at it for, a third time this season. We always say it's cliche, but it's always hard to beat a team 3 times in a season, and we'll see what Bacon's going to bring to the table today to make that happen.
Bobcats have had a lot of success the past couple of years, as have the Bears. The Bears will send a senior into the goal. The Bobcats will send a freshman. So the tale of 2 ages. And is there a better name for a goalie than Stone? Peyton Stone will take in between the pipes for the Bears, and Gabby Daughtry will be there for the Bobcats. The Bobcats will be in the all blue, going right to left on your screen, and Stonington in the white, going left to right, and they will have first touch. As you see there, the keeper for Stonington, Peyton Stone, and the Bears have first touch, and off we go.
Yeah, definitely another one like the first game. You want to see these 2 teams play, your 2 top seeded teams in Division I for the ECC tournament, and, definitely both well coached, definitely both well execute their play, a lot of possession style attack. You're not going to see this game be too big for either team tonight.
Bacon Academy has won ECC championship, state championship in the past couple of years. They are in a nice run. They graduated Division I player Audrey Palmer, Division I player Veronica Smith, Division II player Liz Glover, Kat Novak. And we thought this may be a transition year, but when you bring back a Lainey McElduff, a Mia Hegeman, an Alyssa Blanchette, that group right there, so good. The Elliots and the Bobcats have turned it up a notch, which was hard to believe off of last year's great success. 17-0 this year. 4-0 victory in the semifinals over Woodstock.
Yeah, Bacon has become this prolific powerhouse of the last number of years here, only allowing 6 goals on the season and an incredible 71 goals for. I mean, they're plus 65 in goal differential. It's just incredible. 12 shutouts and 7 over the last 7 games. So certainly, they have the acumen, they have the experience. But once again, Stonington no slouch either, playing some of the best soccer they have this season in a 1-0 tough loss to Bacon recently, but running off some good soccer down the stretch as well. So it should be a fantastic, evening nightcap.
There's Hegeman, so dangerous with the ball. She and the very physical Blanchette provide a dual threat for the Bobcats.
She always looks like she's having fun, though.
Yeah.
I've seen her play in the course of the season. As I said before, I'm now officiating matches, so I had the pleasure of watching her play a couple matches during the season, seeing her play tonight. She's a fearless competitor, but she's always enjoying herself on the game, and that's what it's about. Despite how good she is, she always seems to be enjoying it, and she definitely spreads it amongst her teammates as well.
Brother Eddie Hegeman, also a fine soccer player in his own right at Bacon Academy, now in college. Here's Blanchette with an early chance. Blanchette, left foot sails wide.
Yeah, just couldn't wrap her foot around that just right. I think that ball kind of came off that foot unexpectedly off the Stonington player. She found herself in a good spot, but just couldn't connect to find the frame.
Alyssa Blanchette was not available during the great run for Bacon. She was injured last year, putting it together, much healthier this year. She is a physical and dynamic force. She's got that size that you don't see a lot in girls soccer in the high school level. It's usually, you talk about those girls that are super fast and super skilled and super big, tall, and you say, where do they play? They're usually college soccer players, and Alyssa Blanchette's following in that. She is a lot to handle. It's just good seeing her healthy as well. Stonington, not to be outdone. Freshman Simone Wozencroft, a dynamic young scorer. She has been really good this year for them. They are playing excellent soccer. A 4-0 shutout of Waterford in the semifinal, right after Waterford beat East Lyme. So Stonington probably playing as good as it's played. And in fairness, though they've lost to Bacon Academy twice, both of those games very close, 1-0 and 2-1. So, Stonington can hang around for sure. Ariana Elliott will take the far corner, puts it high in the air, and it's nobody's home. Headed out by the Bears and back to the midfield, where Hegeman will control and play back out wide for the Bobcats.
I think you'll hear Hegeman's name a lot, not just because of their level of play, but they play a lot through her in the midfield.
Coming in the other direction, Wozencroft. Centers, far post, great, and a beautiful save by the defensive back line of Bacon. That was destined for the goal. What an offensive play by Wozencroft to the far post. Now Blanchette through on the midfield for the Bobcats. Inadvertent handball, but it will be. That was a big break for the Bobcats. It was Maddie Ives that cleared it away and kept a clean sheet for Gabby Diotri.
Maddie Ives, super athlete, very quick, definitely a big soccer IQ, someone who saved a goal for Bacon in his early goings on a great service from Wozencroft to the middle and just missing the far post.
Middle, nice move by Hubbard. Out to Terwilliger. Terwilliger fiddling and now puts it back outside, and Stonington will settle it back down. Middle of the field rather, trying to put one on frame. There's Wozencroft, spins, tries to tap a through ball. I like what Stonington's doing here in the early going offensively. They got Bobcats on their heels a little bit.
Yeah, Wozencroft has been kind of the catalyst for a lot of this. A lot of balls into her feet. She's able to spin, able to lay off. She knows when to shoot, but she also knows and has her head up when she put that ball in a dangerous area. And she's done that twice already, and 2 opportunities, one nearly entering the goal. DePerry, a lot of familiar names for this Stonington soccer team if you followed their basketball team, which we have. A lot of multiple sport athletes on a school the size of Stonington especially. Got to get kids playing multiple sports. Free kick coming in. Ball is loose, cleared, and there goes the Bobcats trying to get a through ball there. Couldn't. It was well defended. Back line of Stonington stepping in was DePerry. Again, Toulis, a lot like Blanchette, is a great target on the attacking end. They look for them often. They're both, good soccer bodies for the sport. Definitely players that will, move forward at the next level, but definitely players that are great target forwards, target attacking players that, the likes of Hegeman and so on will look for, as we go forward. I would just like them to play a little more side on so that when they receive the ball, they can see what's ahead of them and what's behind them and build off that.
Bobcats with the throw. And out of bounds, an unforced error that time for the Bobcats, so the Bears will take over on the far side.
Yeah, I don't think there's going to be much, margin for error in this game. Even an errant throw-in or, the missed foul or it might be. I think a game like this in a final between 2 quality sides that only had a goal of difference in 2 matches, this could be a game of inches.
Daughtry comes off her line, sprints, gets there first. Sister Sammy, excellent athlete pitcher on the softball team in Bacon Academy. Nice head ball from Blanchette. Out it goes to Guntulis. Heads down the right side. Defended well, though, by the Bears. There goes Hegeman in the midfield. Touches to Blanchette. Ava Galante. Now back it goes. Far off the foot of Bobcats, sailing kind of into no man's land. I was looking for a far post, and there wasn't anything there. That was Lainey McElduff who put it out there, and there was just no one running on.
Yeah, I think as it gets colder, right? We've been playing in some pretty warm temperatures this fall. We've been pretty blessed with all this great weather. But when playing these cold night games and they're not used to it, the balls are harder to wrap your foot around the ball. I think she was trying to bend that ball to an oncoming run and just kind of sailed instead of bending.
Guntulis lost it on a good fight. Bears now coming the other direction. There's Kennedy looking for Wozencroft. Rosencroft 1-on-1 with Faber. Rosencroft wins the battle, and then a step-in takeaway from the Bobcats.
Wozencroft did a nice job of kind of stepping in front of the defending player, but just couldn't keep it on her right foot, and it gets a little too far to her left, and that ball gets taken away by the Bacon defender. But you can tell she's got the speed and the acumen to really kind of make things happen on this attacking end.
Yeah, Ariana Elliott came in from the weak side to take that one away. Wozencroft, though, battling down there. 2-on-1, that goes off. Oh, I think that was off a Stonington player, but they're going to get the throw.
Yeah, Wozencroft, a little bit like the Hedrick player from Montville, pretty star freshman this year.
Shot wide, goal kick for the Bobcats. Here in the early going, though, Stonington has had success against this very stout Bobcats defense, right? 7 straight shutouts, but the Bears have had a couple of good looks.
The Bears are doing a great job of keeping the ball. I mean, they're really, most of the attack from Bacon has been possession through the midfield and then looking for like the long ball out wide or the through ball to likes of Blanchette, or Guntulis.
Daughtry beat Wozencroft to the ball.
But Stonington has done a nice job of kind of building it, creating opportunities, using all 3 channels of the attack, left, right, and center, and really trying to create some opportunities. And so far, as you mentioned, getting most of the lion's share of the opportunities.
Bobcats throw on the far side. Blanchette wins it. Guntulis plays it out. Reagan Reed back now, and Bacon will work McElduff, and now you see Hegeman with it in the middle of the field.
Yeah, Hegeman has the sight to see the switch, right? So I always tell players, when the ball comes from pressure, don't play it back in the same pressure. Can we try to find the switch, right? Find the path of least resistance. So the ball got played right back in the same pressure it came from, and then when Hegeman got a chance to the ball, checked her left shoulder and switched the point of attack. So always look for the open space, and it just drives me bananas sometimes to see balls played back in the same pressure where it came from.
Been seeing a lot in football, if you watch football lately, the cutback and going against the momentum of a defense has become very in vogue lately. It's the same principle we talk about changing fields in soccer, right? If everything's flowing in one direction, it means there's going to be space on the other side in the other direction. Nice center ball in front, dangerous, but no one can really get much on it. Reed had a chance, and now it's played back. And Wozencroft wins it on the far side. Man, is she skilled. Wozencroft through the middle of the field. Good ball up ahead, looking for Hubbard. Wozencroft comes back, takes it away, makes a move down onto the far side and bumped out of bounds. Good defense from the Bobcats, but Wozencroft doing damage one-on-one. She has been a menace so far for Stonington.
Yeah, she is playing like a player who is not a freshman. She's playing like she's playing with experience in these big settings, these big games, taking on the back, 4 for Bacon and really using your speed and skill to get towards the goal line.
Corner kick coming for Stonington. Good ball, far post. Turning it is Risley. And Stonington now playing it all the way back into the defensive backfield. That is patient, smart play, changing the other side, getting the angle to the other side of the field, but Blanchette steps through and intercepts it for the Bobcats. Blanchette tries to do a through ball. Running toward it is Guntulis, but she will not get there as the Bears intercept and settle. Now comes Wozencroft. Nice ball. Terwilliger. Stoned, well done by Galante.
I thought Terwilliger was going to play that second through ball right away. She turned to her left, missed an opportunity, but here we are right back again on the attack for the Stonington Bears.
And it'll be a throw for the Bears just inside the end line. Wozencroft settles in the middle of the field, plays it back, and launching a hard, low shot. And Daughtry is there on her line.
Nice mix of attacking the end line, playing the ball lateral, then occasionally, launching a deep shot to keep the defense honest. If you play the same way the whole game, the defense can adjust to that pretty much accordingly every single time down the field. You don't want to be predictable. Stonington does a great job of, playing with speed, playing with urgency, but really under control. Really impressed with their possession so far.
Good ball from Wozencroft, and a nice job by Maddie Ives for the Bobcats to clear that out. So we were talking before about just as a principle, the idea of going against the grain, right? Going against where the momentum of the play is going. In that same vein is mixing up attack styles, right? So we've seen Stonington go low to the ground with a through ball. We've seen them play it back through their defense. We've seen them switch fields. Stonington is approaching the attack in a lot of different ways.
Yeah, and once again, that keeps the defense honest on both sides. You can't play too deep, you can't play too high if they're going to mix their style of attack. And just been really impressed with Stonington's maturity coming into this game. I mean, they're playing with a lot of confidence, a lot of patience, really seeing the field, seeing a lot of them check their shoulders, looking for the weak side. That comes with good coaching and comes with a lot of experience. And, I've seen them early in the season and now seeing them late. They've improved a lot throughout the course of the season for sure.
So far, I'd say Stonington's winning the one-on-one, the 50-50 balls as well. They've not only beaten Bacon to some of those balls, they've taken some of them away. Early going, I would say from a work rate standpoint, Stonington on top of their game.
Well, and you'll notice too, when they go forward, the whole team goes forward. So they're shrinking the field.
Blanchette tried to steal one away, but a heads-up play from DePerry. That's a veteran in DePerry. Galante can't get it. Bears cover at the midfield. They're going to work that far side of the field now.
And the Bears really trusting, all the players in the field. They're really sharing that possession to every player in the field. There's not one player that hasn't touched the ball yet. And you can see that from their style of attack. They're not playing down one channel or the other. It's really left to right, lateral east to west soccer, getting everybody involved, looking for through balls, and really just kind of keeping, Bacon on their toes in all phases of the field.
Bobcats playing it back to the defense. Now up ahead, Blanchette, 1-on-2. And into the midfield, Terranova plays it outside for the Bears.
And you'll notice, Casey, the outside backs are getting forward as the team goes forward, which allows the outside midfield to join the attack and just gives them more numbers in that attacking end. So really, it shrinks the field, but also gives them numbers as they move forward as a team.
You can just feel the breath start to get a little bit different when Wozencroft touches the ball.
Yeah, she's really, shown that she's came to play tonight and, once again, not playing like a true freshman, playing with a lot of confidence tonight in this ECC final.
Blanchette through the midfield, maintains possession, now cuts it up. There goes Alyssa Blanchette. Blanchette looking for a teammate. Ball still on her foot. Cuts it back to the middle and cleared out. And she ran hard into DePerry. And that's going to get a whistle against Blanchette.
Yeah, a little too physical. I think she had a heavy touch in that last touch, so the ball was really out of her possession and then kind of ran through that Stonington defender. And so, hard foul coming out, but understandable considering she lost that ball. I mean, they're pretty physical in the attack. Seen these guys play a few times this year, but that's also lending themselves to a lot of success in that final third.
Back through now, Stonington. McElduff defends against Terwilliger. Terwilliger, good touch. Bears have it on the far side. Step in for the Bobcats defensively. And Galante will earn the throw for Bacon.
Great ball by Terwilliger there. She split the outside back and center back, which is a great situation because now they got to communicate who's going to go and drop back in. Most times it'd be your center back, but that ball was played a shade to the left, which allowed that overlapping run. So a great idea by Terwilliger on that split.
Stonington controlled much of it in the middle. Now Wozencroft, nice touch. Terwilliger back outside. In front, great centering pass. And no one could get there in time, and the Bobcats will have a throw. That was a beautiful centering pass, I believe, from Terwilliger.
Yeah, Terwilliger, nice turn there, got around the side. Great ball with the left foot across the middle. Keeper dives to her side to try to prevent that ball from popping in. But just very composed in the ball. Really impressed with Stonington's composure on the ball in general with their possession. Never seemed to be under duress.
There goes Guntulis running toward, but a nice touch out by Stonington. Higginbotham loses it out, and it'll be a Bobcat throw. And they'll take it with Farino. We'll have it at the bottom of your screen.
And really, Casey, that comes from not just the player's individual technical ability, but, the players off the ball. The off-the-ball movement, it makes possession easier. It makes players to be less anxious when there's always a player available to you to pass to, right? Anxiety sets in when you don't have options, but when you have options, because your teammates are working off the ball to be an option, it makes your life a whole lot easier and makes players around you better.
Blanchette will have a throw. Set piece coming here for the Bobcats as she can get some good distance on it. Right down, almost as if it were a corner. It's going to be very, very close. The angle is going to be virtually the same. Let's see how far Blanchette throws it. One hop into the middle. Nice job by Stonington. That'll push it a little farther out for the Bobcats.
Seen a lot of that this year in both the boys and girls soccer side of the ball. Once you're getting down within 10 yards of the end line, a lot of big throws this year kind of becoming pseudo corner kicks, and defending teams are defending it like you'd set up for a set piece from a corner kick.
Controlled by Terwilliger of the Bears. Bears have 3. Good step through tackle from Maddie Ives of the Bobcats. Other direction now. There's Hegeman fighting through, and it'll be off of Hegeman. It'll be a Stonington throw.
Yeah, Maddie Ives. It says something that, a player like Maddie Ives, who was predominantly an attacking player for most of her career prior to this season and previous seasons with, high school and club soccer with her speed. Now she's an outside back, and she's just done a great job of locking that down. So you can put a player like that in the back end. It's a hard defender to get by when it comes to, a prolific attack like Stonington.
Middle of the field now. Hegeman loses it as DePerry stepped through, knocks it up ahead. Hubbard for the Bears. Good defensive play by Elliott, but a takeaway by Terwilliger. No one home, and Daughtry will come off her line and clean it up for the Bobcats.
Stonington playing a very focused style of soccer. They're playing like they've got something to prove tonight. I think they're looking at the last 2 games against Bacon with those 1-goal losses that, we can play better soccer. Let's show it tonight. And they've shown up. They really, once again, still 0-0, but impressed with the manner in which Stonington has showed up and played so far.
McElduff. Excuse me, that was Blanchette that got it to Hegeman. Hegeman controls, through ball, one touch, Molino. And back out to Wozencroft for the Bears. Wozencroft shows the Jets. A little heavy on the touch that time, though, and got that where Bacon's defense could step into it and clear it back out. Now to Perry, plays it into the midfield, and off it goes. Terranova will make a little run now. Terranova goes to the outside. Good work by Ives. And out of bounds it goes for Stonington throw, and sub coming into the game for Stonington.
Yeah, we'll probably see a little more depth in this game from both squads. You know, in the first game, not a ton of subbing going on in the Montville-Killingy game, but I think we'll see a lot more depth on the part of Stonington and Bacon to utilize more than just the 11 on the field for over 80 minutes.
Gwen McGugan into the game for the Bears. Game day, one of the all-time game day families, the McGugans. There she is right there. And a nice pick inset by Hegeman. Hegeman looking for Molino. No, Hegeman touches. Nice job. Hegeman and Molino need to talk there because they ran into each other almost. Back to Hegeman. Was looking for Guntulis. Now Molino plays to Blanchette. Blanchette spins off her right side. Blanchette tries to touch it outside, and it's back on her foot again. Blanchette looking to make a run to the corner. Blanchette puts it far post, but nobody's there. That's a good ball from Melissa Blanchette, but no one was able to run on. That's a good play by the Bobcats, but ultimately an empty set.
Yeah, you're going to need to see the ball at Hegeman's foot, Blanchette's foot, Guntulis' foot in order for Bacon to kind of get things going. Though that's going to be their bread and butter that we've seen so far, you know, in this first half. We'd like to see the ball a little bit more on the floor and quicker, you know, passing from Bacon. Seemed to kind of struggle after that second pass to keep it, but those are the key players that I see as really being crucial to kind of get things going for Bacon.
Back in the other direction now, Hubbard. Wozencroft looking for it on the outside. There's a through ball. Wozencroft trying to get there first, but Diatri gets there, scoops it up for the Bobcats.
Wozencroft is like sneaky fast. She doesn't even look like she's running that fast. She kind of glides out there, and before you know it, she's, you know, caught up to you and is moving past you. So, you know, I think, you know, for Stonington, it's going to be the likes of like a Wozencroft and Terwilliger and players of that nature to kind of get things going. But I can't say it enough. I'm just impressed with the team attack of Bacon. They're really utilizing all their players and all the faces of the game.
Bobcats now possess in the midfield with Hegeman. To Blanchette. Blanchette uses the body. Well defended by Stonington. Heading through the middle is Terranova. Terranova to Wozencroft. Wozencroft, nifty move, keeps it on the right foot. Staying in and defending, however, the Bobcats. Farino is in there. Inadvertent handball on Peyton Quillen, and the Bobcats will come out of it as we're now approaching the 13-minute mark in the first half of this scoreless game.
Yeah, I mean, despite the kind of, you know, vanilla start to the attack from Bacon, you know, it'd be hard-pressed to say that this game is going to continue this way. I mean, Bacon's averaging over 4 goals per game this season. That's incredible. I mean, 71 goals in the season and only giving up 6. Stonington in their own right, you know, 43 goals for and averaging, you know, about 2.5 goals per game. But really, it's a situation that I wouldn't expect this to continue. But once again, you're dealing with 2 quality sides that over the course of 2 games, there's only been, what, 3-4 goals scored, right? So in that scenario, these 2 opponents are unlike the rest of their schedule this season.
Farino, left foot, Guntulis. It slips through and Stone comes out and grabs it for the Bears.
And despite the goalkeeping difference in age, right, the senior versus the freshman, you're talking about 10 shutouts on the part of Stonington and 12 shutouts on the part of Bacon Academy. So pretty evenly matched from a goalkeeper standpoint in some of the stats, but you'd expect Bacon to be a little more prolific on the attack with the 71 goals in the season and averaging over 4 per game. That's just an impressive stat throughout the season, especially with the 17-0.
Terranova nifty with the foot. And another sub coming into the game on the far side for the Bears. Quillen will come out. Back into the game to Williger. Fresh legs as McGugan throws it in, and Guntulis has it on the far side for the Bobcats. She turns it, changes fields. There should be someone there, and that's a lot of empty space. That's a good, smart principle play, but there was no one there for the Bobcats.
Yeah, I love the point of attack switch. Unfortunately, nobody there to collect, and once again, Stonington right back on the attack, getting it deep into the Bacon end.
Terwilliger knocks it out, and so it will be a goal kick for the Bobcats. As you see, Maddie Ives, Lainey McElduff, and it'll be the keeper, Daughtry, taking the goal kick for the Bobcats.
Yeah, Coach Rafala definitely relies heavily on that back line of 4 defenders. Certainly players they trust, and so far they've been able to lock down, the Stonington attack, kind of stifle them as they've gotten deep into their end.
Blanchette trying to get some space, changes fields with the left. Blanchette now changes back with the right. Nifty ball work by Blanchette. She still has it on her foot. Good defense from the Bears. Kennedy knocked it out of bounds. Gianna Kennedy got a foot on it, and it'll be a Bacon throw.
Yeah, and for good as Blanchette is, it would be, she might consider maybe playing that ball off to somebody else negative, right? The way she faces, and then maybe make a run and get it back. It's a lot to ask of a player to hold the ball that long.
Wozencroft in the danger zone, lets one fly just over the top. High it goes. She's dangerous. You can see it. Anytime it's on her foot, it's a goal waiting to happen. And Simone Wozencroft let one go, and that's what I like. We talked about putting it on frame. I like you get a step there, get one into the frame, see what happens, and I think more than anything else, it just puts the defense very much on edge, knowing that that you don't need much room and you're going to let one go.
Yeah, if you can create just daylight, right? Just daylight with the ball and fire a shot out from 25, 30 yards out with that kind of pace, it just tells the defense, you can't sit on me. But at the same time, Wozencroft can also attack the end line and whip it across. So they got to be on their toes. This young lady's playing some good soccer.
Far post, nice look. McGugan ran on, couldn't get it. And as we had under 10 minutes now here in the first half, this game is 75%, 25% in favor of Stonington from a work rate and possession standpoint. Bears are doing a fabulous job. They've had much better offensive chances. Bacon has controlled it in the midfield a little bit, but has really not had any looks offensively of note.
No, and they're keeping the ball on the floor. They're possessing the ball brilliantly right now. I mean, really impressed with their overall possession and just keeping their heads up. They're not trying to do too much. They're seeing the options in the holes and taking advantage of them. But, yeah, I don't think anyone coming into this game thought it was going to be kind of so one-sided in the first half in terms of opportunities of possession, considering that Bacon had the 2 wins coming in. But as we mentioned, it's really difficult to beat a team a third time that you've seen over the course of the season.
Blanchette tried to get it through to Molino. It'll be a throw for Stonington.
But on the other side of the coin, there's a lot of soccer left, right? So things can change. You can make adjustments. Mentalities can change. So, I wouldn't certainly say this game is by one way or the other decided. We're still tied at 0. Things can happen. We saw that in the last game where Montville was controlling possession for long periods of time but couldn't get anything done. Then a counterattack from Killingy, next thing you know, they're up 1-0. So, still a lot of soccer to play, and certainly I would never count a team like Bacon sitting at 17-0 out of this game.
McGugan up ahead of everybody. So Daughtry will come off, and that is Daughtry, D apostrophe, not to be confused with the
band.
incredible Daughtry. No one would want to be confused with Daughtry. That would be like, that's like my friend Johnny Nickelback. It's a shame. Free kick coming for the Bobcats. Hegeman will have it back at about 40 yards out. And this is in the range of the dangerous free kick area. Hegeman, little chip, looking for Blanchett on the far post. Cannot quite get there, but does keep it in bounds. Turns on the right foot and cleared by the Bears. Cleared nicely to Wozencroft with some daylight. Out it goes for Terwilliger. Shielded nicely. And letting it play is Matty Ives.
Did like the idea from Bacon on that restart to play it short, get a better angle and whip it in. It also kind of caught, I think, Stonington off guard for a second because that outside, weak side player was able to get a foot on it and then knock it across the box. So I do like the idea.
Out of bounds off of Terranova, so it'll be a goal kick coming for Daughtry as we're down to 6 minutes and 20 seconds here in the first half of a scoreless ECC Division I girls soccer final.
I think everyone kind of assumed because Mia had the ball at her foot that she was going to knock it in because she's, very talented with the ball at her foot. But once again, I think when you've played a team twice during the season, you have to look at, what do they know about us? What do they not know about us? What can we mix up to try to, throw a curveball at a team that might be so used to what we've done this season?
Terwilliger plays it back onto the foot of Risley, who sends it in, and Daughtry right there.
Stonington not afraid to take that long shot, put it on a frozen rope there. I mean, we've seen 2 shots now, one from Wozencroft and one from Risley, where they really hit that ball well, and gave the keeper something to save.
Up ahead it goes. There's Hegeman in the midfield taking it, and they've moved Blanchett back to the midfield. Give a little different look, get her a little bit more touches, I think, in the middle of the field. Hegeman is now up a little bit, and out there is Guntulis.
Yeah, so you're going to see probably a lot of adjustments on both sides of the ball. Both Coach Solomon and Coach Rafalo have done this, for a long time, and they recognize where their deficits might be happening based on how they're prepared for by their opposition, and so that's why you see Blanchett drop back in to get some more touches.
McElduff fighting for it in the middle, and the shape changes. Like now you see Blanchett back to that sort of center mid spot, but they move people in and out. I think sort of who you want attacking and when you want them attacking. And here's Blanchett. And that was a miscommunication, and zig and a zag. It'll be a Stonington throw.
Well, they both appear to be playing a 4-3-3. So you get the 4 backs, flat back, with the outside backs getting forward in the attack. Your kind of triangle 3 in the middle, and then your forwards up top. But you're going to see Blanchett because he can drop back in and almost make it look like a 4-4-2 just to create some more havoc in that midfield and help out the likes of Hageman.
Bobcats clear as Hubbard made a nice move with the ball for Stonington. Drake put it back. Out it's being played now. Shot wide by Terranova.
It was last touch by Bacon there.
So this will result in a corner. And taking the corner will be Terwilliger. Sophomore Eva Terwilliger. Gonna do, it looks like a little left foot. So we're gonna have an in swing coming in towards the keeper Daughtry. Going far post. Headed out nicely by the Bobcats. I think that was Blanchett coming back and helping. There goes Guntulis. And just a little bit too much, but now Molino. And out wide it goes, and too hard for Galante. That's a weapon to have defensively for Bacon, to send Blanchett back, who can take, though, anytime you're going to go in the air, she's the biggest player out there. She can get a head on it, which you saw there.
And then play into Guntulis, who's got wheels and size and everything else, so speed and a good foot. So that's definitely a nice two-headed, attack from Bacon if they can drop her in. And then once again, you'll have the overlapping opportunities for even a Hageman to drop into the forefront as well. Between, Mia, Hageman, and Blanchette, I mean, the two of them have scored, upwards of 40 goals. Between the two of them, 28 for Blanchette and 15 for Hageman.
Sub coming in for the Bobcats. Guntulis will take a breather, and Bacon will send in a substitution. Looks like freshman Sarah Wisniewski into the game for the Bobcats.
We talked about that a little bit last game about getting some of the younger players opportunities. So when you have that turnover from, some dominant, senior classes, you can't replicate this experience in practice, right? Playing an ECC final or a big state, tournament game, you can't replicate it. So a good opportunity for these young players, freshmen, to get an opportunity.
Nice move in front, and a good stout shot twice by Hubbard. Had a great look the first time. Bacon stood tall, and Daughtry comes out with it. Big punt. Blanchette tried to settle, and Hageman a little bit too hard. It'll be a throw. We're down to a minute remaining here in the half.
Yeah, nice job by Bacon to not panic and keep the ball in front, because that was a really close opportunity. The closest opportunity we've seen out of Stonington, this half inside the box. Most of the shots have been from about 25, 30 yards out.
McElduff lost it. Good work from Terranova. Terranova and that's going to be a Stonington throw with 30 seconds remaining. Really good work from Gianna Terranova.
Yeah, they have been relentless. I mean, they are fighting for every 50-50 ball. Every ball they lose, they're taking it personal and getting it back. Just been impressed with the Stonington work rate.
15 seconds. Bears have a chance for maybe one more look inside. There goes Terranova. Cuts it over to her left foot. Banged out deep by the Bobcats. As we're down to 2-1, and we are at halftime here in the Division I Girls ECC Soccer Championships, and it is zeros across the board. 10 minutes, and we'll be back. Stick around for some always fun game day content. You're watching Game Day live on theday.com.
General Dynamics Electric Boat is proud to be a part of our community, and we're hiring. Join a team that values teamwork, craftsmanship, and purpose while helping build submarines that protect our nation. Explore careers at ebcareers.com or learn more about shipbuilding opportunities across the country at buildsubmarines.com. Electric Boat, where careers are built together. Looking for a career built to last? General Dynamics Electric Boat offers stability, growth, and purpose as you help build the Navy's submarine fleet. Discover openings and training opportunities at ebcareers.com and learn more about shipbuilding careers nationwide at buildsubmarines.com. Electric Boat, your future starts here.
One soccer championships. Casey O'Neill along with Colin Delaney. The first half provided a lot of excitement, but no actual goals as Stonington dominated possession. And Colin, what did you see from the Bears that lets you believe that they can pull off an upset here against the undefeated Bobcats?
Yeah, I think it's an upset from a record standpoint, but we know going into it they had two very close games, in the first part of the season, one back in September and then October. But I just think Stonington needs to continue varying their attack. They did a nice job of moving the ball east to west, varying deep shots and attacking the end line. I think they need to move the ball lateral, find the gaps in the defense, and continue testing the freshman goalkeeper, That, to me, I think is critical for them.
Blanchette puts one in front and scores! Just like that, Alyssa Blanchette with a rocket left foot, and the Bobcats are on top 1-0.
She is always a threat in that final third. She can shoot from anywhere. She can shoot right-footed, left-footed, and she found almost an impossible angle to bury that ball on the side netting of the opposite side of the goal.
And just like that, Bobcats jump on top 1-0. That's not even a minute in to the second half. We talked about Blanchette being the physical presence. She won that ball. I don't think the Stonington player thought she was even a threat. She shielded her, took the ball from her, and then made it, like you said, ripped one past Stone that I don't think Stone even thought was a possibility.
In a really difficult angle, but a really solid shot, and we didn't even get to my points on Bacon before we got there. Bacon comes through and puts himself on the board and is now leading 1-0 just about a minute into the game.
Like you said, we said in the Montville Killingy game, right? Very similarly, Montville, had this dominant time of possession, and then Killingy popped one in, and it kind of changed the complexion of the game. You can see here already Bacon making a concerted effort to get the ball back onto the foot of its playmakers, and it did so with Blanchette there, and they're on top.
Well, and once again, there's a reason why Bacon's here. They've had a successful season. They've dominated teams all season long. They've outscored every other team in the Eastern Connecticut Conference this season with 71 goals so far. So they've gotten here for a reason, and they're trying to prove that now in the second half.
Blanchette lets another one fly, and just wide. Message received for Alyssa Blanchette.
I'm sure they had some spirited conversations at halftime about what they need to do better in the second half, and if energy is part of it and work rate's part of it, they're showing up big time in the second half in the early goings.
Whistle, Bobcats will have it on the far side.
So as I was going to mention before, I was so rudely interrupted by a Blanchette goal. I think Stonington needs to be mindful of a quick counterattack by Bacon, and almost prolific as Blanchette puts the team up 1-0. From a Bacon standpoint, I think they need to play more entry balls into the feet of target forwards like Blanchette and Guntulis. That's important.
Hegeman puts it onto the frame, and cleaning it up is Stone.
And I think Bacon needs to shrink the field and get the outside backs involved. Get all your players involved, shrink the field, use that 4-3-3 to your advantage. And then once again, I think, get the ball, towards the end line as well as the width. They've done a good job of getting the ball down the middle into the feet of those players, but can we attack the width and end line occasionally with those balls across? So that was supposed to be my first, 30 seconds of information before Bacon decided to take things into their own hands.
McGugan puts it to Wozencroft. And my big thing was there were two adjustments I was curious about if Coach Rafala was going to make them for Bacon. The first was on the defensive side. Was he going to change his approach specifically to Wozencroft, and were they going to change how they played her, because she, definitely garners attention. But as they tried to give her more attention in the first half, she was perfectly happy distributing, and we saw Terwilliger and Terranova with really good runs and opportunities on the weak side. So I was curious what the approach was going to be there. And then my other question was going to be, how are they going to get the ball onto Blanchette, Hegeman, and Guntulis' foot on a more consistent basis? And we saw a quick transition goal there. Now, that question still remains. It's a big difference, up 1-0. But how are they going to consistently find them? You see them already making the concerted effort. And for that matter, I am curious to see how they play Wozencroft in the second half.
Yeah, Wozencroft is not playing in just one phase of the area. She's kind of all over the place. We've seen her on the right, in the middle, and the left. So certainly she is someone to be mindful of. I wouldn't necessarily go as far as target marking her, because you have a pretty veteran crew of 4 solid defenders on Bacon's side, but be mindful of her. She's going to move lateral, and if you try to, I think, man mark her, so to speak, I think it's going to create holes in your back line, which you don't want.
And the 1-0 lead changes things a little bit too, because now you can play her a little more straight up with that little bit of breathing room. You see there though, she was marked the entire time. Bacon is aware of her. They're not going to let her win one-on-one.
Oh, certainly. They're not going to not be mindful of her. If anything, after the first half, they're going to be more cognizant of where she is, and maybe throw 2 players in her area when she has the ball. They don't want to get beat by her.
Maddie Ives doing great work down there, giving it up to Galante. Ava Galante with space. Ava Galante carries. Out it goes, a little one-touch with Guntulis. And a nice defensive play from Stonington. Risley now back onto the foot of Hegeman and Galante.
We talked about, how much Stonington held the ball so well in possession in the first half. Well, Bacon didn't even get a chance in the second half. They just went right at him down the middle and then went out wide, and Blanchette put that ball away. So we didn't give them a chance to even get back into their rhythm again. But we're slowly seeing Stonington bring that ball back down on the floor again and creating some opportunities. But I just think we're seeing a renewed work rate and just kind of, fire in the bellies of some of these Bacon players.
Free kick here now. Stonington. DePerry took it. And that one's going to roll out of bounds for a throw. And a sub quickly into the game as McGugan will head off. And Quinlan will check back in.
Stonington trying to play the role of, the foiler, trying to, foil the plans of this undefeated season,
Not easy to do. Very talented Bacon team who has also tasted the success of a champion, and that's always hard. Hubbard in front and sailing it just wide is Kennedy, and it'll be a goal kick.
But certainly far more pressure on an undefeated team to maintain that than a team that's trying to play the spoiler, right? So in this situation, there's only so many New York Giants out there and so many New England Patriots,
I think that the hardest thing and I just ignored that. The hardest thing in for high school kids, when a program has struggled for a number of years, getting kids to understand how to win is really challenging. And once you've transitioned from team to program and you have a program that really understands how to win, so that each year there are kids who understand, and then it becomes that expectation. When the light switch flicks from team to program, as Guntulis looking for Blanchette just overran it. This Bacon team is a program that it not only expects to win, but has an understanding of how to win. So does Stonington, don't get me wrong. But when that light switch flicks to ECC champion, state champion, and you have those girls coming back that have won it, I think that's where, Bacon understands what it takes to win. That's why this matchup is so good, because Stonington feels the same way. But in this ideation of girls, Bacon is the team that has won, not Stonington.
Well, there's a lot to be said for the mental fortitude to be able to play in these games, knowing that you can win, wanting to win, and just have that forethought. There's a lot of confidence in a lot of these players right now on both sides of the ball, based on the way that they're coached and the way that they've been able to have so much success this season.
Wozencroft definitely drawing attention. Playing it wide is Terwilliger. And putting a shot out that sails wide is Terranova for the goal kick.
Yeah, you're going to see Wozencroft, garner a lot of attention. She'll get double teamed here and there whenever she has the ball at her feet. Definitely garnering more attention than she did in the first half, because in the first half she was just kind of, having her way with the midfield and the back line of Bacon Academy, finding those holes and some good opportunities.
This, of course, is night 1 of 3 in the ECC Championship week on game day. Tomorrow we turn our attention to the boys. The venue changes from Griswold to Ledyard, but the dynamic duo of me and Colin will remain the same. Tomorrow night we get a team who has been even more dominant in many ways than this Bacon girls team, the East Lyme boys team, who have only allowed 2 goals all season. I guess you could argue Bacon's more dominant because they haven't lost. East Lyme did tie, but either way, also state champions, right? So a lot of similarities, and they'll take on the number 2 seed Ledyard Colonels, who have a 30-goal scorer in Ben Crow. The other side of things, you've got Killingy boys after a big upset of New London, trying to be boys and girls champions in D2, and they'll take on a very exciting St. Bernard's team, Desmond Powers and company leading the Saints. So that's tomorrow night at Ledyard High School. Here, though, it's a very good one, 1-0 Bacon, but here's a chance. Daughtry coming off her line. What a beautiful play by Daughtry! And it was whistled off, but she didn't know that. And a great tackle on Terwilliger as she got there first. Beautifully done.
Yeah, nice call by the AR, Hector Gonzalez there. Another great crew, center official, Tanner Glantz, and the 2 ARs, Lou Steinbrecker and Hector Gonzalez. Once again, a crew that we haven't heard much from during the course of the game, and we like that, right? You're doing your job when you're not a factor in the game, and this crew is another solid crew here like we had in the first match.
So tomorrow night, the boys championship from Ledyard, and then Wednesday night, I will trade in the handsome Colin Delaney for the beautiful Madison Kedestreri, and we will do ECC volleyball from New London High School.
Busy guy, Case.
And then I will sleep for a day or 2, and we turn our attentions back to football next week. And here, though, it is 1-0 Bobcats on a goal from Alyssa Blanchette. Here's Hegeman and Guntulis. The Bears have really, again, they've played stout on defense. They have not allowed. Bacon has had one legit look. It resulted in a goal. Feels a lot like the game in game 1 where we said the same thing about Killingy, but Stonington has had much more transition and playmaking and possession, and they just have not had that one real chance like Bacon had, and Bacon made the most of it. There goes Hubbard, playing it out now. Kennedy on the run, and she will not get there.
Stonington came to this game with a plan, and they're executing that plan to a T, despite just not scoring the goal yet. So, credit to them. Very disciplined, ball on their feet, finding each other, playing the way they face. Seeing more of that from Bacon in the second half, but just Bacon caught him off guard to start off that second half and put that goal away. That's the only difference in this game so far, because really on paper, it should be a Bacon advantage, but on the field it's been a Stonington advantage, despite not scoring that one goal. It's just kind of an interesting dynamic how this game has played out so far.
Ives plays it out. Faber, and then out of bounds it goes, so a Stonington throw from Kennedy on the far side.
And that's one area where I've definitely seen Stonington dominate this. Their passing has been really crisp. It's been really on target. They've kept the ball really well. I mean, in any one possession, they've probably averaged 5 or 6 passes before loss of possession. Bacon hasn't been as crisp in their passing, but they've been pretty, dominant, and dangerous when they do make that counterattack.
Guntulis. Stonington keeping 3 back at all times. That 4th pinches up a little bit, but that back line 3 not budging. And that one chance that Bacon had, they took advantage. Now McElduff has it in the middle of the field, switches to the left foot. Bacon getting a little fancy, and they lose it there. Wozencroft cuts it back to the right. Wozencroft tries to get a shot off, and there's way too much attention. Off the side bar on a beautiful shot. Wozencroft's shot was deflected, and then right onto the foot, I believe Kennedy let that one rip, and it goes off the side post. And now a throw onto the foot of Wozencroft. That was just a luck chance that Stonington threw it on, and that one could have been a goal because Daughtry didn't get there.
Yeah, similar to the shot we saw in Killingy game off that post, kind of caromed across the middle of the box there. Thankfully, from Bacon's standpoint, no one was there to collect it from Stonington's side, and the ball was cleared out to the side for a throw-in. But great opportunity for Stonington.
I'm going to make a connection between those two, as you just did, after this is cleared or put on goal, after we settle it down. Because I talked with Montville's Alexis DeLucia, and she pointed out that, sometimes there's credit in soccer and sometimes there's a little bit of luck. And she said, that ball went off the crossbar. There was only one offensive player for Killingy. The ball can bounce anywhere. It bounced onto that one player, and that player was defended, but it bounced onto the foot on the outside of the defender. She's like, if it bounces anywhere else, that part. She's like, to Killingy's credit, the player ran on, and they did everything right, but that ball can bounce in 100 other directions except for right onto the foot of that oncoming player. There's a good example. Same thing. That ball off the post does not go to a Stonington player. If it had, we may have had a different result.
Yeah, when you get to games at this level, you need a little bit of skill and a lot of luck sometimes, and sometimes that can be the difference maker.
In the Killingy goal, the player, the first offensive player, made a great play and ripped a shot that hits the post. The second player makes a great play by running on, and then the luck puts it on their foot, and then they take skill back by scoring the goal. Stonington makes that same great play, but they don't have the luck necessary to give a second chance, and that's really, at the end of it, Daughtry has had 2 balls hit the post, and that's been the difference for Stonington not getting in the scoring column.
Yeah, and once again, I think the credit to Killingy earlier is they just were constantly throwing those 2 players forward all the time, right? So, I think you have to assume that ball is going to be deflected, and you get that second chance by having that weak side player there. So part of it is you're going to make your own luck too.
Yeah, that's Malarkey. That's the player, Malarkey. And I talked with Coach Malarkey from Killingy, and I was like, you've had these. What is it like to have these 2 dynamic freshmen that you're, playing at the top like that? And she's like, yeah, we had to throw a lot on them, and they play with heart. They just never quit, going after ball after ball after ball, and it was evidence there.
Yeah, you put players in those situations, and you hope that they rise to the challenge. And Wozencroft, for example, is rising to that challenge today. Another freshman keeper on the other side for Stonington, of course. For Bacon rather. So, it's a situation where, players that play above their age sometimes, and in this case, these players are stepping to the challenge, both on the Killingy side and both for Bacon and for Stonington.
Hegeman has it and now plays it out. Ives trying to work with Guntulis. Headed back in by Galante.
And that's a difference I've seen a little bit from the attacking strategies between Bacon and Stonington. Stonington is always looking east to west, always checking their shoulders.
Blanchette can't get there first. The sliding stone to the ground.
And a lot of the balls that Bacon is getting, they're putting back in that same pressure, and it's just not creating the same opportunities for Bacon as it is for Stonington when they're moving the ball lateral. So, and then Bacon tends to lose the ball after maybe the second or third pass, where Stonington's doing a great job of keeping the ball. And that's kind of the biggest difference I've seen from possession. But once again, the biggest difference right now is a 1-0 lead for Bacon after the big Blanchette goal early in the second half.
Stonington. Here comes a chance, and turning it is Terwilliger. I thought she made a just let one go. Try to maybe catch Bacon off guards with a one-time from outside, but she tried to play it off to her foot and lost it. Now Blanchette steps in and takes it away for the Bobcats. Galante trying to work with her Gattulis, and she'll have a throw. So Ava Galante will have a throw.
Don't get me.
There goes Ives. Good defense from the Bears. Elliott off the foot of Elliott off of Wozencroft. And now they're blowing the whistle saying, no, they're supposed to go in the other direction. It was off the foot of Wozencroft.
It's frowned upon.
I know, you're in the, it's already enough that you're in the bright yellow. All eyes are on you.
Mr. Tanner Glantz, our center official for tonight's match.
Look at Blanchette. Use the body, shield the defender. Now turns and shows some speed. Still using her body. And finally runs into the defender who did a nice job standing the ground. That was Ginther, Taryn Ginther. Check that was Hannah Drake. Stonington doubling up on the numbers for me, Hannah Drake. I love the Drake.
So we're sitting at just under the 20-minute mark of our second half. Casey, thoughts on what you think we're going to see from Stonington potentially going forward here? Because obviously, they went down that goal early in the second half. Not much has changed shape or strategy-wise. What are your thoughts?
I'd say for the next 15 minutes, I would not do anything different if I were Stonington. I think everything they're doing is great. What I might do is I might use Wozencroft as a distributor, because it's clear that Bacon is making a concerted effort to mark her and have a second help come in like you're seeing right here. So if we know that, I would say we look to change the field as much as possible. Whenever Wozencroft gets it, immediately deliver reverse, because you're going to have there's going to be space on the other side. So I wouldn't change much if I was Stonington. The other reason I wouldn't change much if I was Stonington is you can't risk another goal for Bacon, which if you change things and start to press up too much and do a little too over the top and aggressiveness, you risk that transition ball going the other way. So I wouldn't do much differently if I was Stonington yet. I'd say you got a long time left with 18 minutes remaining. So for the next, 12 minutes, I'm probably not doing anything different other than maybe saying to Wozencroft, as soon as that second defender starts to come to you, we're going to go this way with it. Obviously, if you get down to 5 minutes, 6 minutes, maybe then you got to start changing it. From a coach's standpoint better than me. What's the time frame? Through ball, Blanchette can't quite get there. Hegeman put a beautiful ball, but Stone came out and got there one step ahead of Alyssa Blanchette.
Well, I would make my adjustments a little bit earlier than that, because sometimes it takes a bit more time to kind of get that rhythm going for those adjustments going and to take effect. So I'm looking at my team and saying, 15 to 10 minute mark in that range, I'm going to think about maybe changing a few things. Maybe I'm going to drop Wozencroft a little bit into the midfield to create some space in front of her, keep her out wide like she is now, which will create less traffic for her to work with, and then overlap into the final third. But from a Bacon standpoint, I need to be mindful of, trying to hold the ball a little bit longer, eat some of that clock. I mean, if I have an opportunity for a counterattack, go for it. You have Blanchette and players of that nature up top. But I want to ensure I keep at least that one goal lead.
Yeah, I don't think if I'm Bacon, what I'd like to see is what we saw a little bit. I'd like to see a little bit quicker, similar to what you talked about with Montville, getting the quicker transition through the midfield. I'm seeing a little too much carry. I want to see Hegeman and McElduff and Blanchette. I want to see that middle of the field using crisper passes, and a little less carry, and trying to get them a little bit, getting a little more movement from them, not north and south, but to east and west, some triangular movement, rather than right now, which feels like they're just very one-directional.
Well, what's happening now, what you're seeing case now, is that Stonington's keeping the ball in their attacking end, which is creating some havoc and some anxiety in the part of Bacon. So what they're doing is they're just knocking it, right? And they're skipping out their midfield, so now the likes of Hegeman and so on can't touch the ball, and consequently, they lose possession again. So they're knocking it into the back four of Stonington, and then Stonington, gains possession, gains composure, and plays it back in the ground and puts it into pressure. So this could be a situation that if Bacon's not careful, it could be a situation where on their heels a lot because they're just knocking the ball long under pressure. So if I'm Bacon, I have to get composed, get the ball to my outside backs, my outside midfielders, create some opportunities for possession again, get the ball back to the foot of Hegeman, and then create some opportunities to play in some target, balls into my big target forwards. Because otherwise it's going to become this ping pong match that you're going to eventually lose, and Stonington's going to find the back of the net and equalize this game.
I'd like to see Bacon, and we might see it soon, I think we already have, dropping Blanchette to the midfield so that she can get some touches in space and also act as a defender, because she's such a good defender with the big body and the technique and speed in the middle of the field. I'd like to see her, operate in the midfield, and you can see right now she's drifting back. She's playing offense with a defensive mindset.
Yeah, and the 4-3-3 can really transition itself really to a 4-5-1 pretty quick. It can drop the outside forwards into the midfield, create that diamond, almost like a 4-2-3-1, in the midfield, which will create some more defensive presence there. I don't think they're quite there yet from a Bacon standpoint, but the problem is, you see there, right? So the defensive and the ball ricochets off. Next thing you know, it's going forward again, and it's right back to the possession of Stonington. So Bacon's got to try to find a way to slow things down, stop knocking the ball into their back four, and just regain some composure and possession. Otherwise, they're going to keep the ball in their defensive half for most of this next 14 minutes.
Blanchette came in from the midfield, took that one away, and ends up going out of bounds for a throw. And it'll be a Stonington throw on the far side.
Jesse, come on. He's gonna get me. Come on.
Waiting to see if Stonington can get a shot onto the frame here, a legit shot. There's one through, wide, out of bounds, and it'll go to a Bacon goal kick. Now, as a player, I look at single digits as when I start to be conscious of time. When we're down into the nines, I start to just be, now I know 9 minutes is eternity in soccer as well, especially with a 1-goal difference. But that's when, as a player, I start to feel, maybe it's just, maybe it's just the idea of that single digit. I start to feel like, okay, I got to be conscious of time. When do you, as a coach, start really looking at it like it's time to start ramping it up, even from the adjustments you've made, where it's starting to really start to ramp up?
Yeah, I think you coach players in practice to manage the game clock depending on whether you're up or down. So if you're up a goal and you're getting those single digits for sure, you want to be mindful of your shape, and maybe you change some personnel, not drastic changes, but enough where you feel a little more comfortable defensively. The problem is if you go too early, potentially you put yourself on your heels a lot, where you're doing more defending than any kind of possession or offense. And we're seeing a little bit right now of that from Bacon. When you are, down a goal, I think the earlier that you try to change some things, the better, because sometimes it takes some time to develop that chemistry and that, rhythm to get balls where you need to go. We're seeing a lot of great possession on the Stonington, we really are, but they're just not getting the shots, the quality shots off, similar to what we saw from Montville in that last game. So really, I look at it from anywhere to 10 to 15 mark. You start thinking about things, and if your team has been well coached, as both these teams are, they should be able to make those adjustments in the coming minutes, so that way it's not scrambling the last 5 minutes of the game. I
don't want to say it, they've gone into a shell, but Bacon has significantly turned this thing over to a defensive effort. They are sagging 9 back, other than the one. Here's a chance. Wozencroft just wide! And that's where I was going to go with the danger of it. Outside of Guntulis, they don't have anybody even with an offensive mindset. They've got everybody, all 9 players, back on this in this passive defensive shell. And so what you're seeing is them sort of comfortable giving up possession because they've got all these players back. And that's all it takes is the one deflection. Wozencroft had a great look there.
Yeah, and I think when you do that, Casey, I think you're really susceptible to, your outside areas becoming an issue.
And we're going to get a whistle against Bacon, and this is going to be Stonington's best chance. This is a free kick from about 20 yards out, just outside the 18. Wozencroft's going to take it. 2-person wall for the Bobcats. Everybody back marking. Blanchette slides to the far post as it means they have 2 and the 2 on the posts. This is Wozencroft's opportunity. The freshman approaches. They're shielding Daughtry. She pops it off the crossbar. It's off the bar. Second one is also off the bar. It's off the football one, and it'll be a goal kick for Bacon.
Beautiful set piece right there. I mean, we're talking an inch or 2 lower. That's in the back of the goal. That is not a ball that the freshman keeper from Bacon's going to save. Thankfully off the bar, but a great set piece just missing a goal for Stonington.
Bacon very passive right now on the defensive end. They've subbed out Guntulis. Macy Swenson is in the game. And same idea, though. They've got 9 back, only really 1 player up front, and they're just allowing Stonington possession. And I think this is very dangerous.
Little too early, Casey. Now you're relying on your team to defend for 10, 12 minutes, and you're keeping your team on your heels. A lot of things can happen. They drive into the box, player gets taken down, penalty kick, right? Outside players whip a ball in, potential head ball. So it's a dangerous thing to do. It's a lot to ask of a team. We'll see if it works out.
Terwilliger puts it up. Daughtry punches it. Great play that time by the freshman goalie. Beautiful ball from Terwilliger, and Gabby Daughtry got a fist on it. We've got an injured player down. That is Blanchette.
Right now, we're seeing some of the best opportunities that Stonington's had all game. Part and parcel to the reason is because of this defense. We're sitting back so much. I mean, we haven't called Hageman's name at all in the last probably 10, 15 minutes because she's been kind of sitting back defensively. So at all times, you're looking at probably 9 or 10 players behind the ball. That's a tall task for a team going against a talented team like Stonington that's done such a great job of possessing the ball throughout the entire game.
So Blanchette is up. They're giving her time to get herself situated. I think she just took a shot. But it'll be Stonington's throw. Very dangerous. Stonington is doing a great job. That's a nice ball from Blanchette. Up ahead to Swenson. At least gives a little breathing room for Bacon to reset.
But Swenson, seeing that she's got 4 players to beat, probably could have cut that ball back, maybe look for a lateral ball through the midfield, find Hageman or some of the other midfielders there, and just try to control possession for a while longer. We have not seen much possession out of this Bacon team over the last 10, 12 minutes.
Hageman takes that one away, but then loses it again. Again, Bacon too content just putting it up forward as if they're trying to clear it. This is a 1 minute, 2 minute strategy, not a 7.5 minute strategy.
Yeah, I would be yelling, keep it, keep it, keep it. You want to keep possession of the ball.
So dangerous right now what Bacon is doing, and I know Coach, is probably telling them, to push out, right? You got to push out here. They're sagged into this shell, and they're just content letting Stonington just keep firing balls in. And look at Stonington; they know it. They're making a concerted effort right now to draw up some plays out of this, if you will. They just intentionally changed field, went to the other side to get Wozencroft involved outside.
Yeah, they're really putting 10 players behind the ball as much as possible. They only have one player in the attacking end that they're trying to feed balls into. And when that happens, the player's turning in, going into pressure, and you're not going to win a 1v4. I don't care how good you are as a player. It's just kind of a fruitless effort.
Ventulis gets shoved off the ball. Again, 4 or 5 players. There's nothing that's going to happen when you only have one. Now Blanchette's just going to bang this thing in the air. Ventulis is going to run on, trying to beat her man. She does, and gets it past, and it just scales wide. Quinn Ventulis had a look. Stone was out of the net. Bacon with an opportunity to go up 2-0. That one's probably not going to get a better chance than that.
And that's one of those situations, Casey, where I think because Bacon's sitting so deep, it kind of lulls the Stonington defense to sleep. And before you know it, you get a quick counter there. Goalkeeper comes out to try to contribute and almost gets a goal out of that. So I'm not saying that Bacon can't win the game in the way that in the manner in which they're playing right now. It's just a dangerous situation to try to do for so long and then playing the ball out to the Stonington back four every time that you get under pressure.
Wozencroft challenged Farino and gets the corner kick. And they've got Farino marking Wozencroft whenever she's out wide, and she's going to mark her here on this corner as well. Now Bacon's going into a little more of a zone look. And a clear out by the Bobcats will result in a throw. Cleared out by Maddie Ives.
You're now into the 5-minute mark, so that's a little bit more manageable.
Popped it back in, headed out. Now Ventulis, and she's just going to put it out into space. If this were hockey, we'd call icing.
Yeah, so you're under the 5-minute mark now. Definitely more manageable to kind of, park the bus, so to speak, and keep those players deep and play the ball forward. They're kind of past that window where I felt like it's a little bit too long, but if they can continue this for the next 4 minutes or so, they're going to win this game 1-0, just keeping this defensive stance going.
There's a chance, and oh my, the header from Wozencroft just wide.
Just off of a head of the Bacon player, which then found itself to Wozencroft and almost putting it in the back of the net. So that was kind of misplayed from a Bacon standpoint, heads it into their own box, and then Wozencroft almost finds that near post.
And Bacon right now is turning it over entirely too much as well. I mean, the Bobcats, again, have been playing as if, there's a minute left, and there's still 4 minutes left. Good field switch. Risley, and there's a clear. And they're going to let Ventulis just try to run on one time and see if she can catch Stonington napping. Otherwise, it's going to be a sagged-in shell for the Bobcats.
Stonington needs to play more direct than they've had in the past, probably 10 minutes. They only have 3 minutes and 30 seconds left to play, so it's got to be really purposeful but direct. Diagonal balls, lateral balls, find players in dangerous places inside the box. Any ball you deliver has got to be in the box and an opportunity to score.
And there's, again, an example. They're just going to punch. Bacon's just going to punch it, just hit it through, see if they can hit a through ball. But here's where it's very dangerous time here. Stonington has it. They've been possessing it, and they've been running really good offensive sets. They just haven't been able to penetrate the shell, mostly because of the luck of the crossbar.
Yeah, definitely a game, Casey, that could have gone either way in both halves, but with the time ticking away here, just under 3 minutes now, it's becoming a situation where a little desperation on the part of Stonington to keep the ball in his attacking end and trying to find the back of the net late to push the game potentially into overtime.
2 minutes and change. There's the dangerous ball. Daughtry with the save. Kennedy put it on the frame. That would have been the tying goal. Daughtry got there. Gontulis tries to run on for the Bobcats, but again, they are not really interested in trying to score a goal. We're under 2 minutes remaining. This is about playing defense now for Bacon to try to win their back-to-back championships here in the Division I girls soccer.
Back-to-back and to preserve their undefeated season to go 18-0.
Those are the balls that are so tricky. One bad bounce. Now Gontulis, see, if she could have settled that, she could have popped it ahead and wasted a good 10-15 seconds.
Yeah, clears only take about 5 seconds off that clock if they're possessed right away by the opposition.
Stonington just continuing to fire him in. There's a good ball again in front. And that's going to be a corner kick for Stonington as we're under a minute. Rosencroft's going to take it. Head ball out of bounds. That will be a goal kick, and Bacon is going to take their time. Blanchett's going to take the, nope, she's going to give it up. It looks like play it out so she can bang this one. And that is a dangerous play, a miscommunication, and a waste of a goal kick for the Bobcats. 20 seconds remaining. And an equal mistake made by Stonington, and now Bacon should take its sweet time. 12 seconds, 10 seconds. Into the middle, a clear, and the Bacon Academy Bobcats have repeated as your ECC Division I Girls Soccer Champions. You're going to want to check out all of our social media at Game Day CT for an interview with Coach Mac Rafala, as well as the Roberto's Log Cabin Player of the Game Day. Colin, sum up what you saw here in this one.
I'm impressed with Bacon's resilience. I mean, they were, really down in possession all game long, and they stuck with it, came out firing on all cylinders in the second half, and found a way to put a great goal in the back of the net on the part of Blanchett, and then really sat in beyond that for the last, almost 20 minutes. It felt like an eternity, and a credit to them, bend but don't break, keeping the ball out of dangerous areas. But also Stonington for staying in this game and trying to put some balls in the back of the net. Just couldn't get it done tonight. But great, super entertaining match between two really solid opponents in the ECC Girls Division I Final.
Congratulations to Killingy Turtelot and to Bacon Academy, your ECC Girls Soccer Champions. Tomorrow night will be 3:30 and 6 at Ledyard High School in the Boys Championship. Killingy and St. Bernard, East Lyme and Ledyard. I'll have the interviews, and check out Game Day CT. You've been watching Game Day Live on theday.com.